Hey everyone, welcome back to Great Sports Debates. We're back and better than ever. We have our 2024 live NFL draft coverage. We're going to go through all the teams, what their team needs are. But first, we're on the Chicago Bears. This one looks like pretty much a slam dunk. Everyone has Caleb Williams coming here. Now, the thing is, this guy has been a top level guy for over 2 years. Everyone's been reviewing him, going over everything, looking at everything he does. In fact, the odds at I can't remember what book I just saw it at the other day, 20,000 to 1 that he's going to be the first pick. So, really we'll be looking at where the draft starts at number 2. But looking at Chicago here, there's a lot of different ways they could go. Rumored, they passed up taking 3 first-round picks to move down from this selection. I really think the Bears are a team that could come away maybe not up for the division, but definitely a strong team that's going to compete this year. When you think of Keenan Allen actually wanting to come there to play with Caleb Williams, paired with DJ Moore, who already showed to be good with Justin Fields throwing him the ball, and a defense that played really strong, it's the offensive line that they're going to have to shore up. I also think that they need to look at the running back position. I know they signed DJ Swift, but I don't think he's somebody that they're going to be able to count on. So looking ahead with some of the teams with top high-level picks coming up, a lot of people are thinking the first several picks are all going to be at the quarterback position. At number 2, we have the Washington Commanders. Now, for Washington, they're going to be in the same spot. Do they take Jaden Daniels? Do they trade out of the pick? What can they get? Is it going to be Daniels, or is it going to be somebody like Drake May, who is highly sought after by a lot of teams going back 2 years ago? Plus, when you look at the Commanders, this is a team that has a lot of holes to fill. So the question is, do you trade back and hope you get a quarterback later? I don't think so after they've already moved on from Sam Howell. Also in the top 5, we got the New England Patriots. They've been rumored to be in talks with both the Minnesota Vikings as well as the Raiders, which, if you think about it, there's a lot of teams here that are looking for guys to draft. You have the Bears, who are obviously taking a quarterback. You got the Commanders, who should be taking a quarterback. You got the Patriots, who should be looking at a quarterback. Arizona's probably going to stick where they are since they have Murray under contract. You have the Giants, who are obviously with Daniel Jones now, but I'm sure if the opportunity comes, they'll be looking for someone to pick up. I appreciate the comments coming in. The Tennessee Titans also are going to need a quarterback. I don't know that they're going to be willing to trade up. They still have a young guy that I think they're going to give at least another year before they go and pull the trigger on another quarterback. The Jets have Rodgers for now, but how long-term of a solution is that going to be? And then you have Minnesota and Denver, who are 2 teams that people think maybe can contend if they can trade up and get the right guy. In that same boat, you got the Raiders and maybe Seattle. So if you think about it, that's a lot of teams, and you're looking at 3 or 4 guys, and then maybe the next level tier that, do you want to reach for a guy like Michael Penix Jr. in the first round? He had a great college career. He played in the Big Ten. He got to the title game in Washington. He's had a lot of injuries, and I don't know if he is a guy that's typically a first round graded type player. Plus, are you really looking at the guy who might be the fifth or sixth quarterback off the board? There's also Bo Nix, who I'm not personally a big fan of. Uh, he's more of I think he was more successful after his transfer in more of the screen passing and short yardage games. And then you got JJ McCarthy, who has really moved up boards. Like, a lot of people are talking to him going, from maybe first round to a guy that Minnesota could get to a guy Minnesota would have to trade up for. And now people are saying at number 5, number 4, number 2. It all seems pretty high for me. Obviously, JJ was a blue chip guy, was great in high school. He played at a top program in Michigan, but how much did he really actually do throwing the ball? Is there enough tape that you want to invest a pick that high on a guy based off of potential ability in pro days? So that's where we're at. We still got about 20 minutes before the draft caps off. We're going to pop in and look at some of these teams and what their team needs are, starting kind of from the back end and then working our way up towards some of the teams who will be going towards the top of the draft. So we'll start at the bottom with Kansas City. The Chiefs are a team that's pretty easy to mock. If you look at a lot of the mock drafts, you've been seeing people take a wide receiver or an offensive tackle. And it's pretty easy because those are the two biggest needs on that team, where some teams have multiple holes or a few places that they could improve. Kansas City has glaring spots at offensive tackle and wide receiver. Obviously, I think they're going to take the best at whichever one of those positions are available, and they'll probably be looking at an offensive tackle, considering how loaded this draft is with elite offensive tackle players. There's 5 or 6 guys at least that are first round grades, 7 or 8 that might go total depending on how the draft plays out, because it's just hard to find giant human beings that are that athletic and can block these guys that, whole job is to get to the quarterback. So I'm thinking offensive tackle when it comes to Kansas City. You can look on the channel. We have a couple of mock drafts we did. I think they wound up going offensive tackle on both of those. All right. The San Francisco 49ers are going to be picking at 1. This is another team that I think could be looking at offensive tackle. Obviously, they have Trent Williams, who's one of the best in the business on one side. They could use some shoring up on the other side. Plus, not to mention, Trent is a little long in the tooth despite, still playing some of his best football. And I see the comment about the Steelers. Trust me, we're going to get there. We are going to get to the Steelers. I think we have them pretty well figured out as well. But at 30, Baltimore will be picking. And I think the Ravens are on the same trend as both Kansas City and San Francisco. They're a team that knows you win in the trenches. And it's a team that lost a lot of offensive linemen. They lost one via free agency, another via trade. The one guard, he's Pro Bowl level player. He wound up signing with Detroit. I think Moses, they wound up losing in a trade. And then they have another tackle that they didn't sign. So they have like 3 or 4 offensive linemen that they lost. So this is going to be a big need for them. At 29, we got the Detroit Lions. Lions could go multiple ways here. If you look at a lot of the mock drafts, you see people saying wide receiver or some people saying edge. I really don't think that's the direction that they're going to go unless they trade up. And they have been rumored to be in talks with both the Colts and the Rams to see if they can move up. If they move up, maybe they want one of the top cornerbacks, which is a direction I could see them going. Or I could be seeing them taking a tackle prospect that they might be able to kick into guard. We gave a couple of those suggestions in the mock draft. So I got a question about Pat Freiermuth. Will he get traded? I'm not too sure about that. I think the Steelers have made a lot of moves in the offseason. I know a couple people got on me that I didn't have them as one of the most improved teams, but they did a couple of things that were smart in my opinion. So, one, they brought in 2 quarterbacks without really promising somebody the starting position. Obviously, I think Russell Wilson's going to get that first crack at that, but they were able to bring in 2 guys that have started a lot of games, not only cheap, but in a position where no one's feelings are going to be hurt about a competition. Now, they lost one of their stud wide receivers, so that's going to be an issue there. But they also brought a lot of players in. I think what the Steelers need to look at in this draft is really improving their interior offensive line. Maybe a guy like JPJ that can play center and has flexibility, can go out to guard. One of the big problems for the Steelers is they like to run the ball. And I don't think that their line was able to open the holes for them to play the way they want to play. Giving TJ Watt some help would also be great. The Steelers defense was pretty lights out in my opinion. I think the biggest problem with the Steelers defense is that they were on the field a lot because they had a lot of 3 and outs with Kenny Pickett not really getting a lot of time to throw the ball and not being able to do a whole lot when he did. If you look at the Steelers offense from last season, they scored a lot or, moved the ball a lot on big chunk plays compared to how good or should I say how bad their offense was. So, yes, they could absolutely do something to give TJ Watt some help. I think the Steelers are really good when it comes to the draft of finding the best player available to kind of help them out there. But I think the offense, you need to have somebody that can open up holes and give whoever winds up starting for them at quarterback a chance to see, is this the guy for the future? Especially with the division they're in. All right, at 28, we got the Buffalo Bills. This one went from a couple different ways they could go to kind of a slam dunk. I think they got to take the best wide receiver available. They had Stephon Diggs, who was their number 1 receiver that they traded away. I don't know if that's the thing. Obviously, there's some rumors that he wasn't happy there and some things you could see last year. And they also lost Gabe Davis in free agency. So you're looking at their top couple of guys there. So who's going to catch the passes? We know Josh Allen can be great, but you still need somebody to get open, especially as much as Buffalo counts on their offense. And they already kind of had some problems late in the season anyhow last year. At 26, we got the Arizona Cardinals. They got this pick they acquired from Houston in the whole deal where they moved up and they got CJ last year for Houston. I think Arizona here is probably going to look either double downing on wide receiver or picking up a defensive back if they get a wide receiver with their earlier pick. Arizona is an interesting team because they're going to have a lot of possible things that they can do with their pick at 4. The smart, easy solution that I'd probably go with is just take Marvin Harrison Jr. They have a big hole there at wide receiver. he's a guy that can help them out there and, take a position of weakness and turn it into a strength. There's also going to be options to trade back. There's going to be teams like the Giants, teams like Minnesota, teams like Denver that are going to be looking to trade up if there's a quarterback that they think that can help them at 4. At the end of the day, they're going to have to weigh, do those picks matter compared to being able to get the guys you want? The problem is, in my opinion, if they move out of that top 8 or 9 grouping, they're not going to get one of the guys that are rated as an elite wide receiver. So with that being said, I think Arizona's going to stand pat with their picks. I think the late pick's probably going to be a defensive back, and the first pick's probably going to be a wide receiver. Okay, moving on at 26, we got Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay appears to be in good shape. They got Baker Mayfield coming back, and I think this is another team they're probably going to look on the defensive side of the ball. They traded one of their corners away. Their other cornerback wasn't really consistent last year. So I think best cornerback available is most likely, but they're probably in a position where they're going to just take the best player available, regardless of who that is. Especially considering, even though they won the division last year, some people, including me, think Atlanta might be the team to beat in that division this year after bringing Kirk Cousins over to a team that was pretty good playing with some bad quarterback play. So we got about 10 more minutes until we kick off with the official countdown and the start of the NFL draft. With that, we'll move into what we're looking at next. We got Green Bay picking at 25. Green Bay is a team that got hot at the end of last year. They're going to be fighting to get in the playoffs this year if everything goes right for them. And the biggest factor on that is going to be, will Jordan Love continue to improve? He started out the season not so great and finished pretty hot and got them, I know they won at least one game in the playoffs and played San Francisco pretty tough as well. So this is a team that's probably going to be looking best player available. I could see an offensive lineman here being the best value likely. I could also see them going cornerback, depending on who's available there. And even wide receiver to kind of add to their young core there. All right, at 24, we got a lot of people's favorite team, the Dallas Cowboys. I know if you ask a Cowboys fan, they're probably going to say, get them a quarterback. That's not the answer. But in reality, this is a team that's definitely going to need offensive tackle help. When you have a guy that's playing at a Pro Bowl level and you let him get assigned away for nothing, that's a problem. And this was a team that already didn't have a lot of depth on the offensive line. Dallas makes their mark on offense by giving Dak tons of time to throw the ball and being able to run the ball no matter who the running back is in the backfield. Offensive tackle, to me, would be the best bet. But as all you Cowboys fans know, with Jerry Jones, you simply never know. At 23 is the Minnesota Vikings. Now, they made a trade, a month ago, a couple weeks, whenever it was, with Cleveland to acquire this pick. Everyone thinks that they're going to package their picks 23 and 11 to move up and get a quarterback. And while I agree that this is the idea behind getting the 23rd pick, the problem is they're going to need to find a trade partner in order to swap those 2 first-round picks and move up and get a quarterback. So if we run through those, kind of like we did earlier in the show, talking about teams that need quarterbacks, let's go through the possibilities, and you'll start to see why maybe it's not going to be as easy as everyone's making it seem in these mock draft scenarios. So first off would be the Chicago Bears. You know, if they're ignoring taking the number 2 pick and a couple of other first round picks from Washington to move back one spot, they're definitely not going to move to take picks 11 and 23. There's a reason why Chicago's pick is 20,000 to 1. They already know who they're taking. We all know they're taking Caleb Williams at 1. So that's out. The Redskins. Again, this is a team that's getting interest from the Giants and Denver that we know of. You know, why are they going to trade with Minnesota and go back that far? Especially, like I said, when they already traded away their starting quarterback, they're a team that's going to need a quarterback. Now, if it was me, yeah, I get if you think, you know, Jaden Daniels or somebody else is a Hall of Fame type player, then clearly you take that player no matter what. But if they're not sure after Caleb Williams, it would definitely be intriguing for the Commanders to listen. You know, maybe somebody gives them the Godfather deal that they can't refuse, and they move back. Because let's face it, my personal opinion, the Commanders are not going to be good no matter who they get at quarterback this year. They're in a division with both Philadelphia and the Cowboys, and there's a lot of holes on this team all the way around that I don't think one player at quarterback can solve. So if Minnesota can move up, we know they're going to look quarterback. If they can't, you know, they're pretty set at wide receiver. They're pretty good across all the levels on defense. You know, you're not going to take a linebacker in the first round. You know, they might look at best player available, but again, I think they're going to be all in. And, you know, some team might be able to get a king's ransom from Minnesota because they really left themselves with no outs. Their quarterback going into this season is Sam Darnold. So I don't think I need to say anything more than that. So going back to the other potential trade partners, you'd have the Patriots, who've already kind of said that they plan to do something big. And again, they also moved their quarterback. So I think that they're going to go quarterback. We talked about Arizona. You know, if they go all the way back to 11 and 23, are they going to be able to get elite wide receiver? Probably not. And then you have the Chargers, which is kind of interesting because you got Jim Harbaugh, and who knows what he's going to do. And he's going to want to improve the line play. He's going to want that team to be able to run. So, you know, getting up to 5 is probably the highest possibility. But again, they might have a guy that they love that they're not going to move from. All right, at 22, we got the Eagles. I think they're going to just take top cornerback available. Their defensive backfield kind of failed them last year, and that just kind of left them in a situation where they fell apart, and they really couldn't do a whole lot. Their defense was just getting blown out, and they gave up a ton of passing yards. Now, part of that, in my opinion, isn't just the DBs. I think more of it's the pressure. They went from the year before, like one of the best sack teams ever. I think they had 68 sacks or 72 or something crazy. And then they got like half of that the very next year. On top of that, you know, they lost Reddick. And, you know, I know they replaced them with someone that they think is going to be better. But an edge might be a position to look at if one of those top guys like, you know, Verse or somebody kind of drops to them at 22. At 21, we're looking at the Dolphins. Miami is going to be a tough team to look at as far as picks go because they lost so many guys. They lost guys across all 3 levels on defense. They made some replacements, but I think for the most part, they were downgrades. They're in salary cap trouble for sure. And I think that this is a team that's going to be looking at one of the best offensive tackles on the board and go in whatever direction that may be. Okay, at 20, we got the Pittsburgh Steelers, who we kind of talked about a little bit earlier. I think that they're going to look at interior line. They could also go tackle there. Or I could see them going with maybe an edge slot to give him some help there. At 19, we got the LA Rams. The Rams surprised a lot of. Okay, so I got to comment the Steelers best team in the NFL. I don't know about that. Definitely one of the most popular, but they fix that offensive line, and that offense picks up anywhere near that defense. That's going to be a tough team to beat. I guess the question would be for Steelers fans is, do you trust Russell Wilson or Justin Fields to be the guy to get the job done? So the Rams at 19 were a team that surprised a lot of people last year. It was one of the teams that we made a lot of money on. They did really good against the line last year. People forget the Rams are really good when Matt Stafford has time. He's old, he doesn't move well, but he can throw the ball. So if he gets time, he can turn anybody into a great wide receiver. We saw that last year. We saw the big numbers that their offense was able to put up. The question is going to be on the defensive side. Maybe this is where there's a couple of good defensive tackles slide, especially considering the loss of Aaron Donald, who's essentially not replaceable. At 18, we got the Cincinnati Bengals. I feel like they kind of fall in the same category as the Rams. They're in desperate need for a defensive tackle. The defensive tackle out of Texas, I think, is one of the most underrated players in the draft, and I think could be an impact game wrecker wherever he winds up falling. And this would be a perfect fit for Cincinnati because this guy's a difference maker in a position where they just lost DJ Reader, who is one of those underrated defensive tackles, just not talked about a lot because he's not the sacks pressure guy, but he inhales blockers and makes a huge difference in their run defense. So I think an interior defensive lineman, assuming there's one that they like is available, is the way to go for the Bengals. So we have the draft officially beginning here in a few seconds. We're going to get through as many of these as we can before we turn our focus to each team, their picks, and what we think. I know they're not going to make the pick right away as soon as they get on the clock. It never works out that way. But we'll be ready to shift as soon as a pick is made as the Bears are getting ready to go on the clock. At 17, we got the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jacksonville is a team that it's kind of hard to figure out. I honestly think they had a better record early than what they are. The offense can be explosive. I don't know that Trevor Lawrence is ever going to be a great quarterback. I think he just makes too many mistakes. And I don't know. I think he's going to be a good but not great quarterback. I don't think that at this point that's ever going to change. And I think the problem for Jacksonville is they're behind. They're in a division with Houston that's a young team coming up. And if, CJ has a season anywhere near like he did last year, proves it at all, the Texans are going to wind up winning that division. So Jacksonville's a team that could go wide receiver, considering they didn't match the really bad contract one of their wide receivers signed in free agency. I think this is a team that could also look at defensive back. So we've had a couple different picks here. Again, this is a team that I think a lot of people have as a playoff team that I don't necessarily think will be a playoff team. All right, at 15, we got the Indianapolis Colts. The Colts are a team that I think are going to take the best defensive back available. Now, a lot of people have Terrion Arnold as kind of the consensus number one guy for defensive back, but the guy that I really like, I know he played at a small school, but he was a blue chip guy coming out of high school. He tested out great at the combine, and he hands down has the best tape. He's the cornerback out of Toledo. I think wherever that guy goes, they're going to have a steal. I think this is a guy that could be like a Pro Bowl level cornerback right away. So I don't know if that's the guy the Colts are going to target, but I think they definitely go defensive back here. All right, at 14, we have the Saints. Okay, so this is kind of the first spot where we get to the question. Obviously, I think we all know their biggest need is quarterback. I don't know that they're going to want to trade up for one. I don't know if they'll be able to trade up for one. Plus, this team has a lot of other needs. I think outside them reaching for one of the guys like Bo Nix or Michael Penix Jr., that they go offensive tackle here and find real value in someone who could be a potential Pro Bowl player at the left tackle position. Interesting enough, the hometown team, the Las Vegas Raiders, are in the exact same spot. They definitely need a quarterback. The local news reporting around here says that they've tried to make talks to see about possibly moving up or moving back. I don't know that they have a whole lot that they can do to move up or down. This is a team that has a lot of holes everywhere. They finally leaned on their identity late last year and ran the ball, but then they let their running back kind of go. So I don't know. Vegas, like I said, there's just, in my opinion, lots of holes everywhere. The offense is really bad. The defense is too dependent on Crosby. And of course, the quarterback spot has just been a complete and total nightmare. All right, at number 12, we got the Denver Broncos. So the Broncos, kind of like the last two teams, definitely could use a quarterback. They gave away everything to bring in Russell Wilson and then paid him a lot of money before they kind of saw how it was going to work out. Now, he was better last year than he was the year before. And I don't think I'm going to put all of it on Russell Wilson because this was a team that couldn't give the quarterback time to throw the ball. But this is definitely a team that is deficient on offense. And they've been doing everything, talking about trading away players from, trading away star wide receivers to in talks about trading Patrick Surtain, their best player. I get it. You want to sign, trade guys that you're not going to be able to re-sign, but when you find guys that are really good, those are the guys you want to try to keep under contract. So Denver could really go like from Vegas in a lot of different directions. Probably somewhere in offense. I don't think one of the elite wide receivers is going to be available for them there. They could, offensive tackle could definitely be a spot. They could take an edge, and if there's a quarterback they liked or they trade up, I think that would be option one. But I don't think that's really going to be a reality. All right, here at number 9 is Chicago. We talked about them a little bit briefly. This is a team that has a lot of maneuverability on what they do here. At 1, they're obviously going to get their quarterback of the future. At 9, I could see them going offensive line. I could see them going edge. I think improving the offensive or defensive line is where they need to go. I think the offensive line was a problem. Fields got sacked a ton. You see people in the backfield all the time against the Bears, and in a division where they're going to be starting a rookie quarterback. A lot of people always talk about getting the quarterback a friend and a wide receiver. How about getting him a friend that can keep him standing up? All right, at number 8, we got the Atlanta Falcons. The Falcons might be the first team that goes defense. I think Atlanta is going to be looking towards maybe the best edge available, or maybe just take the best player available. They've been picking players on offense, and I think with Kirk Cousins, we're finally going to see how good Kyle Pitts, Drake London, we already know Bijan's good. And Atlanta could be a team that wins. I think they're going to win double-digit games this year, assuming Kirk Cousins plays well. So the commissioner's on the stage. We know he's getting ready to open up the draft here. I'm sure we still have at least a good 5 or 10 minutes before they actually make the first pick. Let's take a quick look at the Tennessee Titans that are picking at number 7. The Tennessee Titans probably go offensive line and take Joe Alt. Joe Alt is the guy that is pretty much the consensus number 1 guy from everyone. I know a few people like J.C. Latham. I think they're always looking to win in the trenches. I don't really understand them letting Travis Henry go. Maybe they thought age was catching up. My first initial thought was cost, but then they wound up giving Pollard almost the same kind of money anyhow that I don't think is going to be able to carry the load. So Tennessee probably goes best player available. We'll see who falls to them. The thing is for them is they just took a quarterback last year, so they're probably not going to be in that market. So they're going to get one of the best players available, especially if teams wind up trading up and 3, 4, maybe even 5 quarterbacks go before them. So a little distracted. You got the crowd from the draft, doing the Jared Goff trade out in Detroit. We're getting ready to kick things off. Let's talk about the top 6 teams and where they're going to go and what they're going to do. At 6, we got the New York Football Giants. Giants, if they're being honest with themselves, need a quarterback. Daniel Jones is not the answer. They could also use somebody on the offensive line. I think what they're going to do is go wide receiver, though. I think assuming they don't move up or a quarterback they like doesn't fall to them, or they're just happy where they are with Daniel Jones, I think that in that case, they will look at someone like Malik Neighbors or somebody like Marvin Harrison Jr. At number 5, we got the LA Chargers. The Chargers, as we talked about, could be a team that potentially trades back. If they don't, I think that they're going to go wide receiver. They could also go offensive tackle. I don't think they're going to go that early, but with Keenan Allen gone, and they also didn't sign their other wide receiver, they have no one returning for Justin Herbert to throw passes to. So we got the commissioner kicking off the draft. The Bears are officially on the clock now with 10 minutes to go. This is going to be probably the least interesting or the least climatic pick of, since when they let them, sign, if you think back to like the mid 2000s, sometimes they would start negotiating and sign the first pick before the draft. So you can't get much more official of that, or at least, figure out terms. I know they have the rookie cap now, and all that stuff isn't quite as complicated. And people, so I thought I saw a trade. So that's what kind of caught my attention real quick. But they're actually talking about the trade of how the Bears got this first overall pick. So corner my eye, got a couple things going on with information coming in to try to not miss anything while we do the coverage here, and trying to not be distracted. But when I see a trade thing flash across my eyes, it did kind of take my attention for a quick second. But as I mentioned, they're talking about how the Bears did this trade last year, which was really smart when people think about it, because people wanted them to look at Bryce Young last year. I don't know if it was that they weren't as high on Young and they really liked the quarterbacks coming out this year, which was the school of thought some people said, or if they really wanted to give Justin Fields one more look, or if the compensation was just too good to pass up. But any way you cut it, it really worked out well for them, because they were able to get an early pick, and then they wound up getting the number one pick this year in a class that most people would have Caleb Williams rated a lot higher than anyone that was available the year before. All right. So at 4, we got the Arizona Cardinals. This is a team that is probably going to go Marvin Harrison Jr. They could like the athleticism of Neighbors, but I feel like Harrison just has more tape and is more proven. Assuming that they don't move down, they have to go wide receiver. They lost the only decent receiver that they had, so this is a slam dunk pick. Not as much of a slam dunk as number 1, but this is kind of a set deal. So we'll talk more about Washington and New England here in a second, but let's talk about the Chicago Bears and what they're going to get. So Caleb Williams was a guy, won the job in Oklahoma away from a guy that a lot of people thought was going to be an elite quarterback. Coach leaves with them to USC. Played outstanding 2 years ago, won the Heisman, put up phenomenal numbers. Came back, because, he's a young guy, to play this year. And I felt like people were just trying to pick apart his game because he didn't have quite the season he did the year before. And, people have to remember it's a team game too. Caleb Williams is athletic. He has the foot speed to evade pass rushers in tight spaces. He's got the strength to break tackles. He knows how to improvise. You've all seen the highlights where he's run around and, did some jump pass across his body, kind of like the old Brett Favre gunslinger mentality without all the interceptions. He was able to pick defenses apart from the pocket, and he separated himself from the rest of the 2024 class by any metrics you look at. One thing on this, appreciate any suggestions in the comments. Obviously, we could always do a money bet, but I do have somebody that thinks Drake May is going to be the better quarterback. So if you can help us out in the comment section with some suggestions on a bet, maybe a few metrics we can use to decide the bet. Obviously, like I said, we could make it a money thing, but I'm looking to do something fun. I think Caleb Williams is definitely going to be a superior quarterback to Drake May. Drake May just doesn't have that same consistency. He doesn't have the same patience as a pocket passer. And he wasn't able to put teams on stress on defense every snap the way that Caleb Williams was. The way this guy was able to go through his progressions and given time and space, make plays happen. That's what stood out to me. Whereas, Drake May is more of the, I would say, flash the talent, but not necessarily have that great consistency with all the passes. So the other options that we could talk about here would be Drake May, who we kind of mentioned already. He also has a lot of tape. He also regressed this last year a bit. I don't think he's quite as a consistent product as, Caleb Williams is, but he has the ability to extend plays and locate receivers late. He can also adjust his arm angle when necessary to make impressive throws off platform. The guy's tough and he's willing to take a hit to make a play. It's also kind of hard to judge because he was routinely under duress this last year at North Carolina. The guy's got sound footwork. He throws from a strong base within the pocket, and he's a threat to scramble for first downs too. So he has all the abilities. It's I guess more of a consistency thing to me when I compare those two guys. And then the third option, we'd be talking about last year's Heisman Trophy winner, Jayden Daniels. Well, the Bears pick is in. We don't see anything official yet. It hasn't been, passed to the booth yet or anything like that. The commissioner hasn't announced it, but I think it's pretty obvious. Like we said, it's going to be Caleb Williams. But just getting some comments in everywhere. Getting comments everywhere on this. I know everyone doesn't agree that Caleb Williams is the top quarterback, but here we go with the first pick from the commissioner. There we go. So the Bears officially take Caleb Williams number 1. So we don't need to really get into Jayden Daniels quite yet, but however, he might be the very next pick. So Caleb Williams won the Heisman 2 years ago. Let's talk about the guy who won the Heisman last year, because most people have Washington taking Jayden Daniels at number 2. Jayden Daniels is the only player in FBS history to pass for 12,000 yards and rush for 3,000. He gets the ball out quickly when he likes the pre-snap look. He gets through his progressions given time, and he flashes great anticipation throwing over the middle. His completion percentage has steadily improved over the past 4 seasons, and he's accurate on tape. And if you look at his numbers, usually when you see that kind of accuracy, it's guys that do a lot of dinking and dunking. This guy goes downfield. He made Malik Neighbors and Brian, the tall wide receiver, a lot of money at LSU. But this guy can extend plays. He's one of the most dangerous runners in the class, regardless of position. He's quick. He has good contact balance, and he shows pull-away speed. So let me know who you think in the comment section is going to be the guy that we have at number 2. I'm leaning towards Jayden Daniels here. No inside source or anything like that. Just kind of based on some of the projections, the way he's moved up the board, the way people are saying Washington's not going to move off of the pick. and the fact that, yeah, guys like, Chris Sims just kind of pointing out some of the great plays that this guy can make. My personal concern would be this guy at 6'4", 210, maybe not as rail small as RG3, but he looks smaller than 210 to me on the field. When you watch this guy run with the ball, and I get he's 6'4" and he's 210, so he looks slim on a field with a bunch of big guys. But some of these things that people laugh off, I'd be concerned with shoulder width and things of that nature, just from a durability aspect. But if this is a guy you like, you have to take him. I'm seeing a lot of comps with him to like a Lamar Jackson. I think he put up better tape throwing the ball than Jackson did in college, and obviously Jackson was good in Louisville. And I'm going to assume he's not quite the runner that Lamar Jackson is. Even though he had some of those highlight plays, I mean, Lamar can really scoot. So we got about 4.5 minutes on the clock for the Commanders. Let's take another quick look at some of the other guys available or other people that they could be looking to select here. Let's see. Go through some of these comments we're getting in real quick. Caleb on the stage looking boring. Laugh out loud. Let's go Bears, they say. Well, I mean, it's in Detroit, so I wouldn't expect too much of a warm welcome from the fans. Oh, let's see. What else we got? Caleb Williams is not the best quarterback in the draft. Well, if he's not the best quarterback in the draft, let me know who you think is in the comments section, and we can talk about it. What else do we have here coming in? Okay, so they're saying Washington have been on the phone. They're talking with several teams. Again, I don't think that means that they're going to move or go somewhere else or pick somebody else. I think as long as the quarterback they want is available, they kind of knew Caleb Williams was going to be gone. I think he has to be the pick there. There's no other player that's going to give you the value quarterback does. And if they don't think that either Jaden Daniels or May or JJ or any of these guys are the guy, then they need to see what they can get and move back. So everyone's saying they got to take Jaden Daniels here. Hit me up in the comments section. Let me know who you want to talk about, who you have on your team, who's available. I don't think there's a whole lot more that we can really say as far as the Commanders go. I think they have to go quarterback. Like I said, everyone's saying that Daniels is the guy. I don't think that we're kind of at the point yet where we're going to be getting any kind of surprises. So we know that the pick is in now. So they didn't trade it. They didn't move back. I think the only question now is which quarterback is it going to be? Yeah. So just listening to some background here. Mel Kiper basically saying in a lot of drafts he thinks Jaden Daniels would be the number one guy. Um, I don't know. I feel like that a lot of this is said a lot of different years. Um, Caleb Williams is kind of more of that Aaron Rodgers type guy. Jaden Daniels, they're saying Lamar Jackson, but again, I would say I think his college shape looked better, but we only got 1 year to see him, which is always a concern. And then we have Drake May. See, I just got something in. Let me look. We're going to let the commissioner give pick number 2 here. So, Jaden Daniels was the pick. No surprises so far. We're 2 for 2, kind of like probably 99% of the people. The first pick was obvious. The second pick was pretty obvious. At 3, we got New England. I think we're all pretty sure they're going to take a quarterback, but since we have several minutes to discuss the Patriots, and we're not really at the part where we can talk about who did great, who did bad in the draft so far. Let's talk about a couple players that I like. Again, this isn't me saying I wouldn't go quarterback, because I would, because I need one. But if we're talking about best overall player, that might be Marvin Harrison Jr. Obviously, the Patriots are not going to take him at this 3 spot. I feel like if they didn't like any of these quarterbacks, they'd get more value trading back than to take a wide receiver with the way they've played with, just not having a quarterback. I think the best fit could be Joe Alt. But again, I really like picking the offensive lineman. I feel like the game's won in the trenches. You kind of see the turnaround the Detroit Lions have had over the last couple of years. That started with picking Penei Sewell and getting guys on that offensive line that can really block for them. So we talked about Marvin Harrison Jr. We talk about Joe Alt a little bit. Let's talk about who we think it's actually going to be at the pick. And the guy that I like here is probably Drake May. May extends plays. He's done everything on tape that we could talk about. We've hit up all the quarterbacks before. Now you're just kind of looking at, guys that might have question marks. And like I said, with me, the question marks with May is consistency. Is he going to be able to process information and, not throw the ball up for grabs at the NFL level? The thing is he's probably as talented as anybody in the draft throwing the ball. But as we know, that's far from the most important thing when it comes to quarterback. But let's see. All right, I don't have anything coming in the comments section right now. So let me know what you think. We're early on the draft. There's not a whole lot more to discuss about this. Daniels is gone. Williams is gone. I think the slam dunk pick has to be May. Let me know what you think in the comments section. Again, like I said, the alternatives could be, do they like maybe somebody like JJ McCarthy better? Would they go way off board and see something in either, like a Bo Nix or Penix? For me, Penix is a guy that, again, I'm not there seeing them throw the ball in person and, doing the interviews and running through all the drills and stuff. But just from watching games, Penix looked like a good quarterback to me. I don't know that he matches up with these other guys or, how far he falls behind between, whatever evaluations they're doing of his, throwing motion, or maybe it's a health thing with him too, because he does have an injury history. But so this is a draft where I forget what the line was on quarterbacks. I think they had 5 quarterbacks going. Okay, so we got the selection made by the New England Patriots. They've officially taken Drake May. That has us 3 for 3. Hold on, I'm getting something in real quick. All right. So nothing of note there. The Patriots took their quarterback of the future. They got Drake May. They said there was a 0% chance that they were trading out of that pick once they got to number 3. I'm guessing May was the guy that they wanted all along. I mean, even if he wasn't, we'll never know what happens from there. Now is where the draft gets interesting. We got Arizona on the clock. They still got 5 minutes left that they could make a pick here. Marvin Harrison Jr. is the guy that I'm going with here. I think not only is he the best available, I think he's also the best fit. Some people could say an edge like Dallas Turner, but I don't think he has the impact that a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr. does to the team. Yes, they could use an edge, but this is a guy that's just simply doesn't have the tape that Harrison had at Ohio State. He had multiple years as a top level wide receiver. This was a guy that they were talking about before he even got to Ohio State. He does everything well. He's got the bloodlines. He punishes teams that try to cover him one-on-one. This guy's a polished route runner. He creates leverage with his release. I feel like I don't even know why people are talking about Malik Neighbors comparing him to Harrison. Maybe it's because he looks more explosive on tape, but you also have to consider Harrison's 6'3", 209. Neighbors is 6', 199. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but that makes a difference. And I don't understand why that's not being talked about enough. This guy knows how to stem his routes. He knows how to work with his quarterback to make things happen. He's an instinctive open field runner with the burst to threaten after the catch. And we've seen it, regardless of what anybody's combine numbers are. You have to look at what the guys do on the field. All the other stuff should be, filler, tiebreakers, extras. But you can't convince me that Neighbors was the same player that Marvin Harrison Jr. is. I just don't think he is. Harrison tracks the ball well. He makes over-the-shoulder catches look easy. He's a big target, like we talked about at 6'3". He's got sure hands and the body control and frame to come down with those 50-50 balls. So that's a thing that's going to be more important in the NFL that I don't think people are considering. And he's a red zone target. He's got a good feel for attacking zones. And this guy's been working with one of the best wide receivers his whole life. I feel like the Cardinals are going to make a huge mistake if they don't wind up going Harrison Jr. here. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I know there's some people that like Neighbors better. Just seems like anytime we get into these conversations, nobody's confident enough that they want to put any kind of a bet or cash on the line. I like Harrison Jr. It's going to be a challenge, obviously, if he goes to Arizona. But this is a guy I really like. If he does slide and, maybe goes to the Chargers next, I think he's going to have a much bigger season. So we got 3 picks in. We got Williams, Daniels, and May. The Patriots had just taken a first round quarterback not that long ago. And that's the problem when people get desperate for these quarterbacks. They overdraft guys. And, Mac Jones did okay his rookie year, but you saw when he didn't have the pieces around him, he wasn't ready for prime time. He was very turnover prone. Let's talk about how much each of these first 3 teams have changed. So pick is in for the Cardinals. There it is, and it's going to be Marvin Harrison Jr. We'll get that announcement at the desk soon, but on a reliable source, that's going to be Marvin Harrison Jr. for sure. So we're 4 for 4 on picks so far. So this has been a more predictable draft than most. However, usually the first few picks are by far the easiest ones. So Chargers, we're going to go best available versus best fit. So let me start by saying, I think it's going to be Malik Nabers. So we have that in case that pick gets in early or whatever. I want to be on record. Malik Nabers is who I think the pick is going to be. But I don't know how much impact Jim Harbaugh has on the process. The guy who might be the best fit is Joe Alt. If this guy's as special as everybody's saying he is, and the guy moves well and looks athletic for being 6'9", 321 pounds. He's got a lot of tape at Notre Dame. And he's graded as the best offensive tackle in an offensive tackle heavy draft. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. But like I said, I think Joe Alt is the best fit. I think Malik Nabers is going to be the pick. And before anybody comes at me, remember what I just said about Marvin Harrison Jr. I expect Malik Nabers to have a big year being it with the Chargers. He's got to be by default. Who else is Justin Herbert going to throw the ball to? He lost, all of his wide receiving weapons. Nabers is LSU's all-time leader in receptions with 189 and receiving yards with 3,003, which doesn't seem like a whole lot for, a big-time school, that's basically a couple of good years' work. But he's an explosive route runner who's a nightmare matchup out of the slot. And this is where I think some people tried to put Nabers ahead of Marvin Harrison Jr. is guys seeing his explosiveness in college and kind of like, wow, that's special, without kind of realizing all the things that Marvin Harrison Jr. does. Marvin Harrison Jr. is polished and is going to be good from day one. And I think Nabers could be too, but you can't teach Harrison's size, so I'm not saying Nabers is a short receiver, but he's not a tall receiver either. And the guy's less than 200 pounds. He obviously is going to separate from man coverage well, and he excels working deep middle against the zone. I think that's a good fit for Justin Herbert because he's going to be able to get him the ball out there. Nabers is outstanding after the catch as well. We talked about it. There's a reason why some people had Nabers going ahead of Harrison Jr. But I think this is sometimes is guys relook at people late and go, wow, this guy's special, while taking for granted all the special things that guys like Marvin Harrison Jr. has done for his whole career. Nabers is an instinctive open field runner. He reaches top speed in a flash, and he can break tackles. So that's going to be exciting. He's going to be a big-time rookie. He might even have better numbers than Harrison Jr. just based on the situation he's in. Better quarterback, needed more, less other places to go with the ball. And he has the wheels to take the top off coverage. He tracks the deep ball well. The pro comp that I've seen is Jalen Waddle. Obviously, I think that would be a disappointment if that happened. But if you're taking a wide receiver this early, and try to refresh my memory because I can't think of it off the top of my head. But I don't really recall a lot of wide receivers going top 5. And the ones that were expected to be super elite or were in weak draft classes. The Keyshawn Johnson draft, I think people just kind of fell in love with his size, and it wasn't the strongest of drafts. Kelvin Johnson, I remember, went number 2 because he was just like the freak of all freaks. Randy Moss fell with, character fighting drug concerns. Again, I'm getting messages from all over the place. I'm seeing stuff in the, Facebook. People are messaging me. Hit me on StreamYard. If you want me to be able to kind of get to what you're saying, just hit me in the YouTube chat. We're doing the live coverage there. The easiest way to communicate with me right now while I'm trying to do continuous coverage on here, myself, and get you the answer you're looking for, is just drop the comment in the YouTube live stream chat. All right, the Chargers still have a couple minutes left on the clock. Let's see if they got anybody in yet. So, got about a minute and 30 left. I don't see anything suggesting that the pick is in yet. Let me try to reach out to a couple people to see if they got anything that can be confirmed at the moment. All right, the pick is officially in. I didn't get anything, so nothing that I can confirm. Like I said, I think it's going to be Malik Nabers, but we'll find out together when the commissioner delivers that news. Again, Joe Alt is the guy that I would like. Let's see if we can keep the string going here. All right. Well, will we wait for that to come in? We got Chargers still on the clock. The pick's in. The Giants will be up on the board next. They'll have 10 minutes to pick. We still haven't seen who the pick is anywhere. I think that it's safe to say it's going to be either Nabers or Alt. We're going with Nabers here. The Giants, interestingly enough, that is a team where I have mocked them, either one of the top wide receivers or, in this situation where it looks like the Chargers have made a pick because it says the pick's in, and I haven't seen anyone say there's a trade anywhere. Have the Giants done visits with JJ McCarthy? Maybe it's time to talk that. He's not going to be somebody that I mock to the Giants because I think there's a lot of players with a lot more value than JJ McCarthy, but they're desperate for quarterback. Maybe they'll reach, or maybe they've seen stuff and they really like him at that position. So obviously, okay. Hey, look, there we go. The Chargers went Alt. So maybe Jim Harbaugh had more influence than I was giving him credit for. I mean, hell, he should. He's the head coach. But we officially have the Giants on the clock. So, this was the first one where we were technically off on the pick. But like I said, Nabers is who I thought they would pick. Joe Alt is who I thought was the best fit. This is the reason why you want to bring somebody in that's good as your head coach. Jim Harbaugh knows these battles are won on the ground. You got to be able to win in the trenches. And like I said, Joe Alt, 6'9", 321, and looks like an athlete. This isn't one of your offensive line with the old beer gut belly. This guy's long and quick with outstanding feet and size. He mirrors and recovers well in pass protection, which we know is extra important when it comes to the NFL because it's a passing league for sure. Just taking a quick look here to see if we got anything in on the Giants front, and we don't. But like I said, if you guys want something you guys want to discuss on here, just hit me in the comments section on the YouTube chat. And that way, it's just easier for me to get into it. I'm not trying to ignore my phone, but I am trying to do, this pod and give the best coverage as we can with the Giants on the clock. I wouldn't say this is a huge plot twist with the Chargers going Joe Alt because, like I said, I thought he was the best fit there. I really like this guy. I mean, he's an excellent fit for zone-heavy schemes, and that's going to match up with what the Chargers are going to do this year. He repeatedly gets off the ball well. He shoots his hands. He locks on and maintains a wide base in the run game. Now, this might be a spot where, I don't want to say questionable, but there's some other guys that are road graders in this draft. Like I said, there's a ton of great offensive linemen, so it really depends on who you like. But most people I saw had Joe Alt as the top guy. He blocks to the whistle. He overwhelms second-level defenders, and he doesn't back down when opponents challenge him. If this guy turns out to be like an Andrew Thomas type of player, the Chargers are going to be very happy. It's hard to find these guys that are dancing bears. I mean, big plug-and-play dudes that just dominate the line of scrimmage. So let's shift over to the Giants, who are on the clock, and start looking at some of the players that they could be looking at. So a lot of the mocks that we've done, we've had them taking one of the top tier wide receivers. I feel like the Giants are a team that love the sizzle. Not only that, they need wide receiver. And we're getting to a spot where I feel like Malik Nabers is just great value. I mean, some places I think ESPN had him ranked as high as like third overall. There's several people I heard had him as the number one wide receiver available. I think that's a great spot. I just don't know what their thoughts were on JJ McCarthy. So if they really like JJ McCarthy, that's where things could get tricky because the Giants, Daniel Jones is not the answer. And a quarterback's not going to fix them, and they're not going to be good because they have a whole bunch of other needs. I mean, this is a team that needs quarterback, needs wide receiver, needs cornerbacks. They could use guys all across the offensive line as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they took one of those guys. However, and the picks in, it's Malik Nabers. Okay, so we're 5 out of 6 so far, right? And like I said, the one pick we missed, they took the guy that I said I thought was the best fit. I think we've already kind of covered Nabers a lot. Let's move on to Tennessee and what they're going to do, especially because I thought that Joe Alt's landing spot would be here. This could be interesting here because, obviously they could go edge with Dallas Turner. He's somebody a lot of people think is going to be the first defensive player taken. I don't know if that's going to provide the value, though, considering who's available. I think Rome Odunze is kind of the last of those like elite level wide receivers that could come in and be a wide receiver one, you know, day one. I mean, obviously, there's other guys that have the traits. There's other guys that played good that are missing, either this or that. But, you know, offensive line, offensive tackle in particular is their biggest need. Even with Joe Alt gone, some people like Chris Sims had guy like JC Latham as their top offensive tackle. There's a lot of debate of who the best offensive tackle is, because they all did different things a little bit better than the other. So, man, this is, like I said, where it gets really interesting. And, we had the 3 quarterbacks go early that we expected. And, JJ McCarthy went from maybe making it in the first round to all the rumor mill kind of moving him all the way up draft boards. And as we see, we're at pick 7, and he's not going to go here either unless somebody moves up. Does Minnesota really love one of these guys to move up? They need a quarterback. We know they need a quarterback bad. Or, they might be looking at the board and saying, we can just sit here and get the guy we want. Now, doing so, you risk Denver jumping in front of you. If you like multiple quarterbacks, that's great. If you only love one, though, you should probably move up if you can do some at a reasonable price. But let's look at the teams coming up. Tennessee, not taking a quarterback. Atlanta, not taking a quarterback. I mean, you just signed Cousins to a massive deal. I know he's getting up there in age, but you just paid him for however many years that was. I think it was like 4 years, 160 or something, or 170. You got the Bears. They already took a quarterback. That's not them. The Bears have been really smart about moving around and acquiring capital, though. So maybe that's a trade up spot. You got the Jets. They have other needs. I don't think they're going to take a quarterback unless there's someone they really love. I think they're going to go all in and try to take advantage of whatever time they have left with Aaron Rodgers and at least see if that worked for 1 year. And then it's Minnesota. So, like I said, with Tennessee on the clock, you got 1, 2, 3, 4 teams before Minnesota. None of them need a quarterback. The only tricky part is right behind Minnesota, you got the Denver Broncos, you got the Raiders, you got the Saints. All teams that have a need at quarterback. Whether that's going to be what they target, whether they feel like it's worthwhile to move up, whether they like any of the remaining guys is undetermined. But that's the risk versus reward. And I feel like Minnesota has to lean a little more towards risk because of the hole they put themselves in with Sam Darnold as their potential quarterback. So, despite the draft not being, crazy unpredictable or anything, I feel like we're at the point where we got a lot of things to talk about here. Let's see. How much time do we have left on the clock with the old Titans? Pick is in. So we'll see who it winds up being here in a quick second. Man, I feel like I don't know, man. I don't know here, Tennessee. If they love one of these offensive tackles, I think that's where they should go. I think that they should take the top offensive tackle on their board. If you look at value-wise, some people might have Turner as the best available player on the board. I would probably have a Dunze above him there. But how much are they looking at wide receiver? They're not going to go quarterback. I told you guys all at the beginning of the draft, Quinyon Mitchell is one of two guys that I really love that I think is undervalued. And, I know some people have him in the mix of cornerbacks, depending on preference after Terrion Arnold. He's my cornerback number one. This dude's going to be a stud. Mark my words. There's another guy that we're going to talk about a little bit later that I think is a stud. So we'll get into that when we get to that point. But then you have to look how far off do you think the next offensive tackle player is with Alt off the board? And that can be tough too, because some people see that as a big drop. Like I said, some people really like JC Latham. I mean, he's a bigger dude that's, just massive and overwhelms people. This guy buries defenders. So I can see where you watch him and fall in love, because I mean, this is a guy that just blows people up, and he absorbs these power and speed to power moves pretty well. And he has a lot of tape as well. One of the guys that was, maybe a late first rounder that I see moving up boards, that one of my buddies out of Miami likes, that I also really like, is Mims. Obviously, I don't think Tennessee is going Mims, this early. But just talking about all these different prospects, this is a guy that's 6'8", 340. He's a big dude. If I'm going to be pressed to make a pick here with Tennessee now, though, I think I'm going to go with I like Odunze, but I'm going to go Dallas Turner here. Like I said, unless they love one of these other offensive tackles. A lot of people have, Mims and Latham all ranked in the mid-20s. I mean, I think that these guys could go earlier. If you wanted somebody to play on the interior, maybe you even go the guy from Washington. He could slide in at guard and be an elite level player at guard. Again, I don't think typically you see people pick someone that they think could be guard as high as 7. But again, that's all, opinion based. I mean, if you look at last year's draft, for instance, there were JC Latham. There we go for Tennessee. This is what I'm talking about. Teams learned. Just look at the Lions from last year, right? And like I said, just stay on the train of, like I said, best offensive tackle available. Tennessee makes the smart picks. This is the guy we were saying was the smart pick. And this is the guy that we were telling people can make a huge difference on the team. So I don't know if Latham was their top guy or if their top guy was Alt, but Latham is a massive dude. We're talking about a guy that gets to the second level. He plays with an edge. He gets defenders on the ropes, and he uses his hand placement, and it's really improved. He rarely loses when he wins with his hands, just because of his size and strength. He bends well enough to take on these guys that try to bend around the edge, and he can change directions to mirror guys once he's locked into pass pro. He played a lot of games in the toughest conference in college football. I feel like, and here they are announcing JC Latham, as we mentioned. The guy's played a tackle. He's played some guard. He's 6'6", 342. You can't teach that. And, like I said, some guys like, I think Chris Sims, love this dude. I think he even had him ranked as his top offensive tackle. So that just goes to show, some people may say it's a reach because a lot of places you go have him ranked like in the mid 20s, but I told you these tackles were going to go higher than that. These guys are special players. But I don't want to go too far talking about JC Latham. We can get back to him in a minute. I want to get on to Atlanta since they're already like halfway through their clock and talk about what the Falcons are going to do because I feel like the draft is breaking really good for them. I mean, they could use an offensive tackle, but it's not a need. They could use a DB, maybe someone like Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell, I think would be the best pick and the best fit for them. And that if you're on the channel and you see the bets we make, for members, you see all the bets we make. You see we've already made bets for Atlanta winning the division, winning double-digit games. We're on Atlanta with Kirk Cousins. So Quinyon Mitchell would lock us in. Dallas Turner is who all the experts have going here. So that's probably the most likely pick. And he's probably the guy that most people have the highest rated at this point. I've seen him at 7, 6, 8, kind of all around there. So at pick 8, you're getting some value based on what the experts say. Again, I don't get to break down film on all these guys. So this isn't my expertise like picking games, but I have watched a lot of these guys play. And I have seen a lot of stuff. And I do have guys that I feel like jump off film. Quinyon Mitchell is one of those guys. Oh, the pick is in for Atlanta. So this is going to be interesting. Edge is one of their needs. I think Dallas Turner is going to be the pick. I like Quinyon Mitchell as the pick, but I'm not going to be mad with Turner either. I think they're both good picks. Like I said, Mitchell is just a guy that I really love. So I'm just waiting to see if anything here jumps in. Let's see. Let's talk about Dallas Turner a little bit from, Alabama keeps putting out, they put out guys every year. Some people try to hate on Will Anderson Jr. a little bit last year. You saw he worked out well, because I have these guys that are kind of like in between size, what they used to say, but you see it working with more and more teams. This guy's an edge. He's 6'3", he's 247. Some teams are going to want an edge that's bigger than that. But this is a guy who explodes out of his stance and he knocks offensive linemen on their backs and, gets them on their heels when he switches from speed to power. I don't know how well that's going to work in the NFL based on his size, but the guy has the speed to make it happen. He bends, he changes direction, and he closes well. The guy confirmed what teams saw on tape. And this gets back to what I was saying before. The tape needs to be the number one thing when you're looking to pick a player. You look at the tape first, and then all this combine and other, I'm not going to say BS because it is important, but you use those things to confirm what you saw. You use them as tiebreakers. You use them to, help get excited about what you already saw on film. Obviously, yeah, if a guy is running a speed that's not going to work, that's a concern that you have to consider. Some of these things might bring up red flags or they're going to confirm what you see on film. But, like the Raiders back in the day, when they would always draft the guy that was the combine warrior, how often does that work out? Whoa! There we go! We got our first surprise pick of the draft. Now, I hope we got some of the guys from the Miami team on here because we had talked about the possibility of Michael Penix Jr. going somewhere like the Raiders. And I said, hey, everyone's talking about this guy as like a second-round pick for whatever reason. In fact, I talked about it earlier before the draft on this preview here. And Penix is amazing on like from the games I've seen. Like I said, I haven't reviewed film on this guy. I don't know what his pass velocity is. I just know that he played on some Big Ten teams. I think he was at Indiana. And I know he was in one of the inferior Big Ten teams. I remember when they beat Michigan, I seen him carry teams running and throwing the ball. I mean, this is a surprise, but not necessarily in a bad way. This guy is a lights out player. I know all the channels are talking about wow, stunner, reach, whatever. But this guy this guy played football. He won football games. He took Washington to the title game. A lot of people don't like him. I mean, wow. I'm sorry. That one caught me off guard. Like I said, I'm not saying that it's a bad pick. I'm saying that it's a shocker. Like, how many of you saw this anywhere? And wow. Wow. And some people are saying, "Hey, is there something wrong with Kirk Cousins? Is there something with his availability?" We all know Kirk Cousins isn't the long-term answer. So they're addressing and getting the future quarterback in place now. Does that mean that they're going to try to trade Kirk Cousins if someone needs a quarterback? If Michael Penix Jr. is ready, does it mean that they're just being proactive at the most important position in football? Obviously, they liked him though because where. Let me look. I mean, they have JJ McCarthy ranked 9th overall on ESPN, 4th at the quarterback. Like, I don't even see, Penix Jr. on the list. But this guy, I mean, you give Michael Penix time, this guy can put on a show. I mean, he is an elite, he's an elite player. All he did was go and make teams a lot better. People are concerned because he's had bad games. Everyone's going to have bad games. The injury part, I totally get. I just am a little bit at a loss for words because, everyone kind of had the 4 quarterbacks as kind of the top tier. Like, in my opinion, it was always Caleb Williams in tier 1 by himself. And then wherever you liked with Jalen Daniels and Drake May, kind of depending on what you saw and what you liked. And then McCarthy and Penix and kind of that next group. Everyone else saw a lot that, shot McCarthy up through the roof from what they're saying. But, as Bill Belichick said, a lot of these rumors are started by agents. Anything that's leaking out or real stuff is typically the kind of stuff that is you get in like the last 12 hours or something. But hit me up in the comments and let me know if you saw this Michael Penix Jr. thing coming at all. I mean, I didn't have anything about him going this early. Wow. This is kind of works out good for the Bears because now you've had 4 quarterbacks go off here in the first 8 picks, and they're picking again at 9. This could be a good trade back spot for the Bears and, pick up future capital. I don't know, man. Wow. You guys see my pods. I just kind of do them and I wing it all the time and I don't prepare anything. I watch a lot of football. I'm pretty knowledgeable. You don't really see me kind of stunned or off my game too much here. I mean, man, I'm looking at like the NFL and they have they had Penix as a 6.25 grade. Will eventually be a starter. Let's see who the Bears got. Okay. The Bears went where we talked, and they wound up going Rome Odunze, who we've said in both of our mock drafts, if one of the top three wide receivers are available, they're going to go that route. So we're right on there. Sorry, Bears fans, that we didn't get to talk a whole lot about your pick. Vikings are on the clock now. Whoa, Vikings are on the clock. We got a trade. They traded with the Jets. They wanted to make sure that the old Broncos or nobody else got in front of them. I'm guessing they're going JJ McCarthy with their pick. We'll just get that done before I miss a whole nother pick again. I'm sorry, like I said, the Michael Penix Jr. thing just blew me away. Let me know in the comments section if you got what the trade was for them to move up one spot. I'm sure they didn't have to give up a whole lot. You know, the Jets know that they're going to take a quarterback that they weren't going to take. So I'm sure they're happy to just take whatever there and slide back one spot and get their guy. Jets could use an offensive tackle. I mean, I guess we could talk about them when they get on the clock. I don't know if that's where they're going to go. You know, maybe they do something like Brock Bowers or try to be, you know, the sexy pick. Wide receiver is going to be out after Odunze was picked up. This went from kind of being stretched out and dull to picking up like crazy. Again, hit me in the comments section with the pick, or sorry, with what the Vikings trade was, because I kind of have stuff coming from all over. I don't really want to try to look that up right yet. But yeah, like I said, Penix they had as a 6.25 grade, which if you look at these gradings that they do on their next gen stats, that's like will eventually be an average starter. Obviously, Atlanta didn't think that with the fact they have Cousins and they still took Penix Jr. at 8. I mean, that must mean that they really like this dude. I mean, this dude's pretty athletic. I think the hard part is that he's compared to some freaks that came out this year. So let me know what you think's going to happen here next. I'm guessing the Vikings are on the JJ McCarthy train that they traded up for. Obviously, they wanted to make sure they got their quarterback after Atlanta jumped up and snagged Michael Penix Jr. Hopefully, that wasn't their guy. I'm guessing right after that, if they weren't already calling to try to move up, they probably called Chicago. Chicago probably had Odunze as their top hope to fall to them at 9. That gives them 3 weapons with Keenan Allen, you know, who's getting up in age but still super productive. DJ Moore, who we talked about, and then Rome Odunze on the rookie contract. And you know how often teams are using 3 wide receivers all the time. Let's talk a little bit about Rome Odunze. Well, we are still waiting for Minnesota on the clock. Let's see here. Odunze is, you know, a bigger wide receiver, more in the Marvin Harrison Jr. type. He's 6'3", 215. You know, the question is going to be, did Penix make him or did he make Penix? I mean, obviously we know Penix has done it. Pick is in for the Vikings. Again, we're going to say JJ McCarthy here. We know they needed a quarterback. That's why they traded to get that 23rd pick, which they probably didn't have to give away now to just move up one slot to 10. It was all the rumor train. We know that they visited him. So JJ McCarthy is who I'm going with here. I think this is a big win for Minnesota. They're getting the guy that they really liked at the one position that they desperately needed. So while we're still waiting for that to be official. Let's see here. Look here. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull something up real quick. Yeah, I mean, talk about the NFC North from kind of a dumpster fire a couple of years ago to Detroit is clearly going to be one of the best teams in the league, right? You got Green Bay that was improving and showed that they could be one of the best teams in the NFC, and they're young like Detroit. Two of the youngest teams in the NFL. Detroit has all kinds of guys that are 1, 2, 3 year players. Green Bay has a lot of their key players as young guys. Now you have Minnesota that had weapons everywhere and was good on offense, bringing in a young trigger man that, if he's good, could have one of the top offenses in the league. That's a lot to ask from a rookie. And then you have Chicago, who already had a good defense and has made smart moves in the draft the last couple of years, smart free agent signings. And, let me know what you think in this comment section. I'm sure most of you are going to say the NFC East is the most powerful team when it comes to the NFC or division in the NFC. But the NFC North, I think, is where it's at. I think the Lions, not looking at the schedule, finishing the draft and free agency or anything, I'm just going to say, that's the team that's going to probably win at least 12 games, again, this year coming up. We've won, if you watch our sports bets and our futures, we've only lost one futures bet when it comes to win totals. That was last year. We lost Kansas City. They were half a game short of what they need to reach. And that's a team we've picked every year, and they've won money for us. Just like Detroit, we picked the last 2 years. After their 3-win season, we picked them, which was the underdog side as the over. I think it was like 6 or 6.5. I don't remember, but they blew that out of the water with 9. And then this year, I had some people telling me I was crazy for taking them over 9 or 9.5 games, whatever it was, saying they would bet their house that the Lions won't win double-digit games. So obviously that person wasn't willing to put up their title because I was willing to make that bet. And they won 12 games. I mean, you just get to look at how these teams come together. And like I said, it starts in the trenches. But a team like Minnesota that already has everything, now they get the quarterback. Again, they're not going to win the division. There's just too many good teams. But this is the best situation for the Vikings because they had to have a quarterback. And now it looks like they got their guy. There it is, J.J. McCarthy. So before we talk about J.J. McCarthy, we have the Jets on the clock. Again, I'm looking for what that trade was to see what the Jets picked up to move back one spot. But I could see the Jets taking Brock Bowers here. All the elite wide receivers are gone, so they're not going to go that route. They already know how Aaron Rodgers operates if they pick a quarterback, and they traded back to a team they knew was going to take a quarterback. So that's not it. Dallas Turner's probably the best guy available, but they're pretty solid on defense. I think an offensive tackle would be the best move, even though they kind of did a Band-Aid fix on that in free agency. So they wouldn't have to sign an offensive or draft an offensive tackle. But offensive tackle would be the smart pick. They're not going to go wide receiver. And they don't really have any needs on defense. Brock Bowers might be the luxury pick here that everyone wants. I think that's going to be the pick. And there's the official announcement for J.J. McCarthy. So let's go ahead and get into JJ McCarthy a little bit. Well, as you know, he played at Michigan, so I got to see him a lot. Again, not somebody I watched tape on, and not a guy that was asked to do a whole lot outside of like hand the ball off. Not that he didn't have big throws and he couldn't get the ball downfield, because he did, but he wasn't asked to a lot. I mean, he was on an elite team in the Big Ten. He was 27-1 at Michigan. So he didn't mind doing what he was asked to do, which is, a big deal here. The guy, from what I've seen, again, like I said, he wasn't asked to do it a lot, which makes it a lot easier, but he can throw into tight windows against zones and complete passes against press man coverage. And we've seen him make all the throws and the anticipation, the accuracy, the arm strength. Like, if you've seen his workouts with whatever value you put on that, he's going to be impressive. He was a big time recruit when he came into Michigan for a reason. He keeps his eyes downfield and he makes impressive throws, even when he knows he's going to take a big hit, which, to be fair, was not very often at Michigan. I think this is a great landing spot for him. He can extend plays and throw on the run as well. Maybe not as well as some of those elite guys that went good, but this guy has a good feel for when to scramble, and he knows he's a threat that can get first downs on rushes. Now, the pro comp people are saying is Jake Plummer. Obviously, if you think he's Jake Plummer, you're not trading up to get this guy. So ESPN had him ranked number 9. I think, just like everyone else, some of these quarterbacks get overblown, over-evaluated sometimes. So I think it's a mystery, but I don't think it's going to take a whole lot for him to be better than Sam Darnold. With that, the Jets pick is in. Again, we think that's going to be Brock Bowers, but we don't have any kind of confirmation on that yet. Guys, come on, in the comments, let me know what the trade compensation was here and what moves had to be made. Well, let me see who some of the man, I don't know. I really think the Jets should look at offensive line here. You got the guy from Penn State, who everyone was saying the year before was going to be a top 5 guy, who has slid for whatever reason. But again, I think that's like the Caleb Williams effect. When you were built up to be the guy, and then the next year, everyone's looking at your tape, looking for things that aren't great, you get some of that. The guy got injured at the combine, so he wasn't able to get all the numbers where I think he would have actually been able to stand out. But, we know this guy has the tools to be an elite pass blocker. And that's what's really important when it comes to the NFL. So some guys had him, some people might have still had him as the best offensive tackle. I can't think of anywhere off the top of my head. A lot of places had him at 2 or 3. You got Troy from Washington that some people think will get kicked into guard. Some people love him. Hey, look at that. Picks in. Again, this is good. This is 2 spots where I said kind of where the experts thought, who would be the high-rated guy or who they would likely take. And both times they've actually taken the guy that I thought was the better pick. So here's the announcement here. Olu Fashanu. We were literally just talking about him. I was just saying that I was thinking this is the guy that I think they should pick. I don't know if this is who they will pick. And sometimes, we kind of get into all the hype of what the agents are selling and what all the experts are saying the picks. But this kind of goes to show, when you're looking at things and evaluating, you have to kind of go with your own gut and what you see, because you know what? a lot of these people are looking at the same stuff as you are, just a little more in depth. So some of the spots, if you look back, where we missed the pick, the Chargers. I said, hey, they're probably going to take Neighbors, but I think Joe Alt would be the best fit for them. They went Joe Alt. At 7 with Tennessee, I said, I think they should take Latham or whoever they have as their top-rated offensive tackle, but, they might take, they might go elsewhere and, snag, Adunze or, Turner. And they went with the spot where, I was saying, hey, I think this is the guy. Michael Penix Jr., I asked the question, why isn't he being talked about as a first-round pick? Is there something that we're missing beyond the injury history? He goes 8, and I'm still stunned from that. That's still thrown off my whole coverage. That is just as big as surprising. And like I hear in the background Mel Kiper saying, I would have went Brock Bowers. Mel Kiper, that's why you do drafts on ESPN and you're not a GM in the league. Games are won on the offensive line. I know despite everyone's rankings, Olu is a better prospect than Brock Bowers. Just because everyone at Georgia says this guy's the best athlete they've been around and he's so great and top end speed, blah, 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 hybrid. He hasn't put up any numbers or tape that blew me away. There's no way I'm taking a top tight end that early. Hey, Marv, thanks for jumping on. I see we got somebody else jumping in the comments here. He's saying facts. I'm not sure what that's to, but Olu was the guy that I thought we should have picked. So we're nailing these picks so far. We'll do a quick recap. We had Caleb going 1. We had Daniels going 2. We had May going 3. All those happened. We said, hey, some people are saying Neighbors. I think Harrison's going to be the pick at 4. We were right there. 5 was the first spot we were off. I said, I think they're going to take Neighbors at 5, but I think Joe Alt would be the best pick. They took Joe Alt. Giants then took Neighbors, who we said was the best value there at that point at 6. At 7, we said Latham or whoever the best offensive tackle should be the pick, but they'll probably go with Dallas Turner or maybe Adunze, who everyone has rated so high. Okay, yeah, about the Mel Kiper take. Yeah, I don't know. Mel Kiper says a lot of crazy things. I don't get where, and not just Mel Kiper, all these people on ESPN, whether it comes to football picks, their records and everything, is deplorable. These guys are getting millions of dollars. I dog walk them on the picks every year. Just look at the channel and see for yourself. But at pick 8's the one we were stunned. Like I said, Marvin, I know you've seen this in the chat. I was talking with Alex, kind of questions like, hey, why isn't Penix Jr. getting any first round hype? I didn't expect the Falcons to take a quarterback at all. I'm not saying it's a bad pick. If they love this guy, that's great. And nobody saw that coming. So let me know what you think about that pick in the comments, where you are in MPJ. We might also have to talk a little bit about what we're going to do on this Caleb Williams and Drake May debate. I know you're a Drake May guy. The Bears go and they take Rome Odunze, which we call this just kind of like you can't pass up that value. At 10, once Minnesota traded up, we said, hey, J.J. McCarthy's the guy they've been linked to. We know it's a quarterback. That makes sense. And then at 11, I said it's probably going to be Bowers, but I would take Olu. And we kind of talked about all the things from him being a top 5 guy 2 years ago to people nitpicking his film and the fact that he's such a good pass pro guy already. He's going to be able to pick up the rest. This guy has extensive tape. So now you're upset that old boy went to the Pats, but I mean, that's where we figured he was going to go. Hey, man, if you're scared to say he's going to be better than Caleb, that's okay. So we got the Broncos on the clock. I want to talk about who I think they're going to take before I get too carried away and miss that pick as well. I think Quinyon Mitchell would be the player to take. They could use another cornerback. I think he's going to be the guy that outperforms his ranking more so than anybody besides maybe the defensive tackle. And they took Bo Nix. Okay, so we knew Denver was desperate for a quarterback. We knew that. We said, hey, are they going to move up? I don't like this pick at all. Now, again, I don't break down the tape. I don't see all this. Dude, I remember this guy before he transferred, and I just never thought he was impressive. And I think after he transferred, he did a lot of short passing game, which he's not going to be able to just do a short passing game and have better athletes on his team like he did in college. Okay, so Marv, you thought Drake May might go number 2 to the Commanders. I mean, I don't know, Commanders, Patriots. I think either way, it's not the greatest situation in the world. I'll give you that. In Washington, it'd have Scary Terry, but yeah, it's going to be tough in New England for sure. But let me know who you think. With the Raiders on the clock, we got the hometown team. This draft is like broken out totally different than we expected. Their top need is obviously quarterback. I don't think there's anyone they can take now, right? Like, what, we got 6 quarterbacks off the board now? There's no one they can take. So, man, best available for the Raiders. Again, I think this is Quinyon Mitchell. People are sleeping on this guy thinking he's a mid-first round pick. This dude has elite tape at Toledo, and the combine numbers backed everything up. Freak athlete. That should be the pick. But we know with the Raiders, they like a lot of sizzle. I don't know. Mitchell was a combine guy too. I don't think that they go Turner. I mean, that's kind of the one strong spot they have is edge. I don't think there's a quarterback they can take. This could be another offensive tackle because their offensive line is in shambles. Or maybe they get the guy from Washington and kick him into guard. I think that would be a really strong pick as well. But yeah, man, this is the craziest draft I can remember. I feel like Denver made a huge mistake taking Bo Nix. Let me know what you guys think in the comments section, but I don't think Bo Nix is going to be a starting quarterback, guys. I really don't. I think this was just a really bad pick from Denver. And I know people love like Sean Payton and think he's some kind of wizard. I really don't, man. I just think he had a good team here. Let's look at some of the best players available here because it's getting a little far for me to just wing it at this point. Yeah, I'm going to say Quinyon Mitchell to the Raiders. Again, Terrion Arnold is the guy that a lot of people have ranked as the top cornerback. Someone might say Dallas Turner has slipped, according to the experts, and go there. I don't know that his production matches his combine excellence. Yeah, he was great, but people are trying to compare to Josh Allen or even his teammate Will Anderson Jr. Like, no, Will Anderson Jr. doing the same job, like put up like 20 sack seasons, so they're not the same. Brock Bowers, man, this is another really bad pick. Let me know what you think in the comment section. Raiders, you don't have the luxury of picking a tight end. You just don't. Not with your first round pick. You got terrible offensive line. I don't understand this at all. This makes no sense to me. Golly, these last 2 picks have been terrible, and it kind of just explains why these teams are in the position they're in. I know that Denver needed a quarterback, but you can't reach for Bo Nix. I mean, is he even going to be better than what you have to compete with? Like, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan at all. If they saw Bo Nix's tape and they think he's elite, then great, make that pick. But this is just back to back bad picks, and they're making the announcement now with Raiders taking Bowers. But that's terrible. Okay, so the Saints, this is the first spot where the other guy that I think is an elite player that's going to outperform his position could go. Now, obviously, the Saints could use an offensive tackle, but they could also use a defensive tackle. And Byron Murphy II is a freak. He has elite combine numbers. He dominated on the football field. And when you watch this guy play, he looks like he's moving at a different speed than guys. This guy is a difference maker. He is going to be an all-pro type player. Saints could hit it out of the park and take Byron Murphy. Again, best available, they could go Dallas Turner. Is the guy that everyone loves. But I think Byron Murphy's the guy they should take. Or if they're looking at the offensive line side, I don't think they could go wrong there either. Oh my God. So I'm not going to say anything else about Bo Nix because I just don't like that pick at all. Now, Bowers was a guy that, tight end, receiver hybrid. He's led Georgia in receiving, but Georgia spreads the ball around everywhere and runs the ball. He had an ability to get open and make plays with the ball in his hand. People said he was exceptional. I never saw anything that dropped my jaw that said, wow. And you need a lot of that for someone to pick. Jets have to pick up an O-line. I agree. I said it on both my mock drafts. Jets have to take an offensive tackle. And they tried to make a couple of bad signings to fix what was a terrible spot. And luckily the Jets got a guy that can ball out. But with the Saints on the clock, and sorry, I'm just getting behind on all this stuff, but 6 quarterbacks down, man. I could have taken that over bet and won that, but I just could never see. Like, this is just crazy reaching. Like, I didn't even look past Bo Nix either. So whoever the next quarterback is on the board, I don't know, probably like Spencer Rattler. There's probably somebody I'm not thinking of. I don't know how high they rated Jordan Travis. Maybe a couple other small school guys, but I didn't look past Bo Nix because I thought that was like the limit on how far somebody would get in the first round. So, could Spencer Rattler be the next quarterback? So I just pulled up ESPN's best available. I went to quarterback. They have him ranked 98th. So you wouldn't think another quarterback was going to be selected. But who knows with this draft, right? It's just crazy. Oh my God. So the Saints got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They're still on the clock. Let's talk about who they could have, right? So I already told you that Byron Murphy is the guy that I think would be the best pick here. And they could also go maybe someone like, I don't know. I don't think there's any way they go anywhere besides offensive or defensive line. And if they do, it's a mistake. So if they went offensive tackle, I don't think it's going to be Graham Barton or Troy Fontenot. I think they want a bigger guy that's going to play tackle for sure. Do you take Mims here, who a lot of people had end of the first round? I don't know. But so far, it looks like people are following kind of the trend of what Detroit did last year. Picks in for the Saints, by the way. And they are taking the best player and not worrying about where someone's rated, not worrying about what, positional value, because look at the Lions got dragged last year. Oh, they can't pick a running back here and a linebacker here, and look how that turned out. Gibbs was an electric part of that offense, and Campbell's getting better every game. They're building a strong young team. All their top players are young. They're great across the board. Now, I said when we're talking about the Saints, we're talking about teams that has a lot of holes, but they need to go offensive tackle or defensive tackle. Byron Murphy is the guy that I would take if I was them. So it looks like the draft is going crazy. They're saying 275,000 people in Detroit. It looked like a freaking tent city. Not really as nice as how they set it up when they did it here in Vegas, but granted, that whole strip area is a lot easier to set up compared to this. So Almighty Marv saying maybe Dallas Turner here. I could definitely see that. I mean, he's the guy that everyone has, by far rated as the best player available at this point. So I could definitely see Dallas Turner here. That wouldn't be a bad pick. I do think that they need some strength on the inside, though. And like I said, I'm biased. I really like Byron Murphy the second. And if he doesn't go here to the Saints, the place I had him mocked a lot was to either Cincinnati or the Rams at 18 or 19. Yeah, I agree. I thought the Lions had an A+ draft the last 3 years, actually. And I think that's how you go from 3 wins to 12 wins. It's hard to hit on so many picks. They had Penei Sewell in the first round. They hit on Amon-Ra St. Brown in the 4th round. I'm going to forget some of the guys that aren't the standout players, the guys like Aleem McNeil that are kind of on that verge of being elite that they got in the 3rd round, I think. Okay, so they went offensive tackle. They took the guy out of Oregon State. That's a good pick. I actually had him mocked. I had Fuaga mocked to the Saints in my mock draft. So I like that pick. Like I said, I felt like personally they had to go offensive tackle or defensive tackle. Okay, so the Colts are on the clock. I want to talk about them really quick before we get into the Saints' previous pick. So the Colts need a DB. Quinyon Mitchell would be a good pick. I think they could go safety too. I don't think there's a safety that I like that much that I would take there. But Quinyon Mitchell should be the pick here. I'm going on record. I think he's the top cornerback. I think they're going to think he's the top cornerback. I think cornerback is probably their biggest need. They're not going to take a tight end like the dummy Raiders did. There's not a safety worth picking this early. The top 3 wide receivers are gone. Edge is kind of a secondary need. So Dallas Turner wouldn't be a bad idea. I didn't really look into that possibility because I didn't think that Turner would be available still here to the Colts. So Turner or Mitchell should be the pick. Let's talk about Fuaga right here. This dude, so this is kind of the opposite end of the spectrum, right? So when I talked about Olu for Penn State, I figured he would go earlier than people were projecting because he's already an elite pass pro. So Fuaga is already an outstanding run blocker. And run blocking is easy to predict. You can see a guy that can run block like this, and you're like, Yep, he's going to be able to run block on the next level. I think this is a guy, and people, I think, overdo it. Talking about, well, he needs to work on his pass blocking. His pass blocking might not be as good as some of the very top athletes in a very high level offensive tackle draft. But I thought this guy did everything. If you watch the game against UCLA, their edge that everyone's saying is going to be a first round, he got dominated by this guy. Just watch that. I watched that game in particular to watch these two guys match up. And they matched up several times, and he dominated. He has the strength to move defenders off the ball. He's got the initial quickness to reach defenders on zone runs. He takes sound angles working up to the second level. Like, this guy's going to come in right away and help you run the football, which people are realizing now how important that is. You know, everyone talks about Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Guess what they can do good? Run the football. Guess what San Francisco can do good? Run the football. I don't know if Baltimore is going to be able to run the football this year because they lost a lot of offensive linemen. But what did they do this year when they were good? Run the football. And the Detroit Lions, run the football. This guy is smooth at getting set. He's got a powerful punch. He's got independent hands and pass protection. You know, people are concerned about the guy's arm length. You know, if it's something crazy, I get it. But again, going back to what we said before the draft, rule number one is the tape. And this guy has good tape. So some NFL teams may view him as a guard, you know, because of his arm length. I say, hey, don't worry about, I can't get a running back, I can't get a guard, because you know what? When Dallas drafted Zach Martin early as a guard, guess what? That paid off. Pretty much any first round guard I can think of that was drafted, it paid off. I think he's going to be able to play tackle. I mean, the dude's 6'6" and 324. You know, people are looking at these monsters like Latham and Mims. Like, I think this guy's going to be day one starter, whether he moves inside or not. All right, so moving back to the Colts, I think they got to take a cornerback here. I think Mitchell is the best fit. I'm not going to be mad if they take Turner because you can never have enough good edge players. And I think he has a lot of good value here. I know a lot of people have Turner as by far and away the best player available. I think Mitchell is in that same bin with him. I also think Murphy is that same. I think Murphy is actually going to be a Pro Bowl player. So, but again, that's just my personal opinion from what I've seen on Murphy. So I get it. Let's see who we got. Pick is in for the Colts. Let me know in the comments section who you think is going to be here. I think Mitchell is the pick here. I won't be mad if it's Turner. I'll be disappointed if it's somebody not one of those two players for sure. I'll get it if it's Arnold because, like I said, most people had Arnold as the number one ranked corner. So I'm not going to be mad if they pick him either. But I'm going with Mitchell here. They could also go the guy out of Washington too. I don't know. A lot of people are looking at him as a guard. He played tackle, so 6'4", 317. Yeah, I literally just said it. Show me a guard that went first round that didn't turn out to be a great value. All right, so after the Colts, we'll have the Seahawks, we'll have the Jags, and we'll have the Bengals on. So it's Latu for the Colts. They announced that already? Okay. Let me know what you guys think about that. I know pretty much everyone had Turner rated ahead of Latu. And I just talked about how the guy just picked before him dominated him. Plus, he had got injured. But he definitely has a lot of elite traits. I mean, he knows all the little tricks already. He's good at hand fighting. He knows how to slip blocks. He knows how to get in the backfield. He's a little bit of a bigger edge, but he's still on the small side. I guess it wouldn't be considered small side, these days anymore. He's like 260. But, whether he's rushing the passer or defending the run, regardless of where he lines up, the guy's been productive. He's got 34 tackles for loss and 23 and a half sacks over the past 2 seasons. So that's fairly productive. You can't beat that. So, mind you, I'm going to lag here. I say that they took Latu as the edge. Let me know what y'all think. I thought Mitchell would be the best fit. I thought Turner if they didn't take him. But, it's funny because Latu's who I've actually mocked to them on one of the 2 mock drafts. So I don't think it's a bad pick. I just think that there's a couple guys I personally liked better. When we're saying bad picks, the bad pick so far that I don't find any excuse for was Brock Bowers at 13 by the Raiders. They have too many important holes they got to figure to take a tight end that I think is overrated. And then Bo Nix, who I get it, you need a quarterback, but I think is overrated. You literally took the 6th quarterback chosen with the 12th pick. So let's move on to the Seahawks. Ooh, man. So Seahawks, I've mocked them in offensive linemen every time. So I think considering that they need an interior guy, I mean, they could use somebody anywhere. I really like Fontenot from Washington. I think this would actually be the perfect fit. People are comparing him to Peter Skoronsky, who went, in the top 10, and that's paid off so far. He's a tenacious drive blocker. This is what Seattle needs. Seattle wants to run the ball. They want to dominate in the trenches. They got good GM and coaching that are on the same page. That's part of the reason they got rid of Russell Wilson. They wanted to get the draft picks and they didn't want to pay him. They want somebody to hand the ball off more. Geno kind of got exposed a little bit last year. We know they could use a quarterback, but that's not going to happen here. I think Fontenot is the best pick. I think Fontenot is going to be the pick. So let's see if we can get back on track here and keep knocking these picks down. Again, I wouldn't be upset if they took Mitchell or Turner. I guess people aren't seeing what the experts saw in Turner, and people aren't seeing what I'm seeing in Mitchell. This is good for me, though, because I could like the Lions getting one of these top cornerbacks. And I think they might be happy to stand pat at 29 because we haven't had a DB off the board yet. Sorry, I let a little bit of my Lions bias through, but that's where we're at. Let me know in the comment section who you like for Seattle. I'm locking in. This is just too perfect of a pick. Guard from Washington. Great player. I had him rated pretty high. Most people had him rated to already be gone by this point. And it's exactly what they need on the interior. I think there's a big drop from him to Barton, who's like more of a center type player. I liked him even better than, Fuaga, who's already went. So they're not, there's not a lot of options for me to talk to when it comes to Seattle. Seattle's got to take the guard here. They got to take the guard here. Let me see what else. Obviously Turner's on the board. Mitchell's still available. Maybe they get one of the big tackles. Marv, I know you're hoping that I know you're hoping that Mims slides to Miami. That's looking like a strong possibility at this point. Ooh. Man, somebody told me to take the bet on all over the offensive players 2 days ago. And with my mocks, it was just too close and I didn't go with it. We all knew it was going to be late until a defensive player was picked. That just clicked in my head. First defensive player, first off is Latu, which I'm okay with that. But pick 15. And I get it. We said that this was a good offensive line draft. And a lot of these offensive linemen have went. And we knew the top quarterbacks were going to go. I don't think anyone thought it was going to be this crazy with 6 quarterbacks already gone. So I think that part's done. But all these teams picking late, this is good for them because most of them already have quarterbacks. Let me know the pick is in. Let me know if you guys already got the pick coming in here from Seattle. I've already said over and over who I think that's going to be. Let's see if Seattle does the right thing. I'm okay if they don't. I'm not a Seattle fan, so I'm fine. But I know we got people in here that are interested in the Rams pick. I know we got people interested in the Steelers pick coming up. I know we got people interested in the Miami pick. I know we got people interested in the Dallas pick. So some of these better teams are getting up to pick here soon. Right now, we're waiting to see who the pick is from Seattle. Again, you can ping me in the comments. Let me know in the comments who Seattle took, and then also let me know what the trade breakdown was with the Jets and Minnesota switching spots. I thought we might have. I think a lot of people had Minnesota trying to trade up, but nothing else really so far. Okay. So he said, I got a strong feeling we got a great O line, if not verse. Okay. I'm assuming this is for Miami. I think Miami's in a good spot. So Miami's like 5 picks away. And I think worst case scenario, they're going to get a great offensive tackle. Or, if they prefer, they can get someone like Verse. Or hell, who knows? Turner might still be available. I know nobody was expecting that. So, and then let me know what you guys think about Chop Robinson. I know a lot of people have him in that same tier. I didn't see him enough to say that he wasn't. I just, I wasn't impressed in the Penn State games I saw. And, granted, that was some of their bigger games. But I feel like Verse and Turner are in a similar class where, a lot of people had Turner by himself and then Verse and Robinson in a similar class. I got Verse up there with Turner. Yeah, Fontenot would be the perfect fit for Miami at 21. I don't think he's going to be available for them at 21, but that would be the perfect fit. But we'll see what happens. There's already been a couple of crazy things happening here. Like I said, nothing's going to beat the Michael Penix at 8 pick. That's the biggest surprise. Turner's still on the board here. That's a big surprise. Let me know if we get the pick in from Seattle from anybody. We're waiting here to get that refreshed in. I'm sorry, Marv, but I think Fontenot will be and should be the pick for the Seahawks here. I've had him go here and I've had him go earlier in other mock drafts. This is the latest I've had him going. I think he is one of the best players available. And he's pretty much everyone's top ranked guard. Some people might have, Fuaga ahead of him if they had him at guard instead of tackle. And then, like I said, on the tackle side, a lot of people have Mims, a few tiers down from the rest. I think he's at least the fourth best tackle, and he's still available. And I think he is going to go up boards because if you remember, not that long ago, people didn't have him in the first round. And then just his size and his tape, he started sliding up. I think anytime you have somebody that has all pro potential, they're going to move up boards. That is a big human. I don't think I've ever seen somebody 6'8", 340 that looks athletic like that. Oh boy. So I've given you guys two people that I really love that I think are going to outperform their performance in this draft. And Byron Murphy is one of them. So Brian Murphy, I'm going to talk about what the hell did Minnesota just move up with to Jacksonville's pick? All right, let me find out what's going on with Minnesota. If somebody in the comments can look up Minnesota's trade with Jacksonville or any of the other previous trades and drop that in the comment section, that will help me out a ton. Because I do want to talk about Byron Murphy, but I kind of got thrown off by the fact that Minnesota just jumped up to 17. Who the hell is Minnesota going to get? I mean, they got their guy at quarterback. Murphy's gone. And I mean, Minnesota could use a defensive tackle. Maybe they saw Murphy's gone and they want to jump on the guy from Illinois. Now, I don't have Newton in the same category as Murphy. I know most people do is like, 1-2 guys and then, Fisk from Florida State and the other guys are more second round type players. Chris Jenkins from Michigan. So these are the two guys that people have as difference makers. And I agree Newton can be a difference maker, but I don't think he's Byron Murphy. So Minnesota moving up, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe they go guard. Maybe they go Fanu. They could use a guard. There's a lot. They traded up to get somebody, though. So Newton wouldn't surprise me once they saw Murphy off the board. Let me know in the comment section what you have, what the trade was here with Minnesota and Jacksonville, as well as the earlier trade. I'm just curious. Can't really look right now, but I want to talk about Murphy. This guy was paired with another stud defensive tackle, and he looked special on film. He looked like he moved at a different speed off the ball the other guys. You do not see that often from defensive tackles. When I saw this guy moving, I was thinking like when I saw Warren Sapp at Miami. That's the kind of movement speed. But this guy is in a pass rusher. He holds and sheds blocks too. And then he had his combine on top of me already thinking he was an underrated player. And he dominated like every category he was first in. We're talking about elite, athletic, huge human. Did Minnesota already make their pick? There they go. Okay, so they saw the edge, the value in Turner dropping. I like that. They took Dallas Turner here. Bengals are on the clock. I think they're going to take Newton. They have to get a defensive tackle to replace DJ Reader. If they don't take Newton, it's a big drop off after that. So Turner's a guy that explodes out of his stance. Maybe he dropped a little more than what people expected because the guy's under 250 pounds, but he was still productive. He bends and changes directions, which is important. And people want somebody that can get to the quarterback. He confirmed what teams saw on tape, which is rule number one, right? Outstanding combine workout. He ran a 4.4 something in the 40. And I know he jumped over 40 inches because I was like, oh, okay, that's why he's shooting up boards. Turner has excellent instincts. His reaction time makes it difficult for blockers to fit him up in the run game. So I really don't like this pick. Not because I don't think Turner's good to Minnesota, because I think this makes Minnesota a dangerous team if JJ can perform year one. So, or at least JJ doesn't pick up until the Lions beat them twice, all right? But Minnesota already made a ton of good moves in free agency. I think they would have had one of the best free agencies if they didn't lose two big players, which I think made them all ultimately losers. They made a lot of good small moves, which I think is important to being successful in the long run. But they lost in the short term. They lost Hunter, who they've now replaced with Turner, a much younger and cheaper version. They'll be very happy if he's anywhere near that production. And then, obviously they lost Kirk Cousins, who they've now replaced with JJ McCarthy. I think the Vikings knocked it out of the park. I'm really liking their draft. I'm not going to say it's as good as the Bears did, but again, the Bears started off in a way better position, so the Bears should have the best draft. They came into it with number 1 and number 9. Okay, so I'm hearing my thumbnail is not good for this. Cool, make me a thumbnail. So, hey, I'll be the first to admit, I'm terrible when it comes to technology. Okay, technology is not my thing. I'm here to talk about football, and I'm doing this because I love football, and I want to share that with you guys. I'm retired now. I make a lot of my income from sports betting. If you're a member, you see the results we get, and but I'm doing videos to not just share the knowledge and the picks, but because I love talking about sports. I love talking about football. I love talking about basketball. I love talking about UFC, mixed martial arts, boxing. Some of the other stuff is kind of okay. That's kind of where we specialize here. So Turner's gone. Minnesota, I'm saying right now, has the best draft, especially for where they were in their position. I told you I think Newton's going to be the guy to the Bengals. Let's see what some of their other needs are. So people have them listed as wide receiver as their top need. I guess that's assuming that Higgins doesn't play. I mean, they still have a stud over there beyond that. So let me know what I'm missing in the comment section there. I'm not seeing wide receivers a need, maybe a future need. I think defensive tackles should be their number one need. Running back, there's no running back that are going to take this early. I don't know their offensive tackle position off the top of my head. They have that listed as a need. Pick's already in here. I already said I like Newton. However, there's probably some offensive linemen that people have graded higher than Newton. So need more UFC and basketball content? Yeah. I need to definitely do more UFC content. I'm going to build out some more long range stuff for that. And the basketball stuff is more in the pods because we're talking about games and bets and picks. But I can go back if you guys want and do some of the features on the players. Those were popular. The what's it called? I did like the GOAT series. That's not my favorite thing to do or talk about. I like talking about current events, but it was definitely the most popular by far. I mean, the Michael Jordan GOAT video has tens of thousands of views, so that one's done pretty well. So, maybe we do something on Jordan. I want to do a UFC GOAT thing. Oh, thank you for saying you enjoy the content. I do my best. No breaks, no commercials. We're trying to build the channel. We had a real good upward swing going until YouTube pinged me with a copyright hit that kind of turned my views into a downward spiral. But despite what they're trying to do and what kind of copyright claims people can make, we're just trying to get the information to the public. And I think if we keep hitting bets at a 60+% clip, people are going to keep coming to the channel. Last year we did the picks on every NFL game, and we knocked it out of the park, especially for members that got to see all the ones that we bet on. I kind of hint to some of the ones I bet on there. Overall, on all the picks on the season, we did just over 56%, which is a lot higher than average against the line, especially when you consider you only need to be about 51-ish to 52% to be successful. And then if you look at just the stuff we bet, like I said, it's over 60%. So a lot of people say stuff like that. Steelers pick coming up. Yeah. Hey, Travis, stay on me. We're not going to leave you hanging. When it comes to the Steelers, you tell me the pick before. We're going to be on it and make sure the Steelers get their love. And let me know if there's somebody else you want to see. I don't got a whole lot more to say about the Bengals. I think that the picks in. I think Newton's the best thing. I think that matches need with player. I think they could also go offensive lineman just to kind of take the best player available approach, or even go Quinyon Mitchell, who, like Byron Murphy, is the other player that I think is going to far exceed expectations. Let me do a quick peek ahead since you asked for Pittsburgh. See what we got going on here. In every mock I've done, Pittsburgh has taken a offensive lineman. However, with Jared Verse on the board, I know you'd like to get some help for Watt. Jared Verse, that's a nice pick if he slides to them. I think the best pick for the Steelers would be Fontenot, guard/tackle out of Washington. I think he's the best fit out of the players remaining. He wasn't available in any of the mocks we've done, but he's still on the board here. Everyone had him as a top first round type of guy. So that's probably the guy you want to root for. But I think the Steelers are in great shape. They're going to either get a great offensive lineman or they're going to get a good edge player. Everything is broken right for the Steelers to get their guy. I think it's going to work out well for okay, Mims. What did I tell you? Everybody had this guy out of the first round, sliding into the late first round in all the picks. And I just looked on ESPN. They had him ranked like 26th or something. I told you this guy was going to slide inside the top 20. You can't teach 6'8", 340. Look at this guy on tape. You will not think he's 6'8", 340. He looks athletic. He looks good. This dude is a beast. And we're going to get back to talking about Mims here in a second. But, man, that just kind of dropped down a tier of the offensive players available. So I think Fontenot's the guy that's going to go next. Man. And then it's guys that are going to be projects or projections like Guyton or Morgan. Wow. Okay, so Pittsburgh fans, you're going to be hoping that Fontenot makes it to you. You only got to dodge the Rams. Now, the Rams are a spot that I know the Lions have talked to their GM about moving up. That's facts. I have a source. I can guarantee they've talked that the Rams said if the guy they want is not available, they might consider trading with the Lions. However, if I'm the Lions, And the Lions' top needs, they don't need any of these offensive tackles. They could use an interior offensive lineman. So maybe they try to jump up for Fontenot. I don't know if that's a guy they jump up for. Quinyon Mitchell is the other guy besides Byron Murphy that we talked about that I really think is going to outperform where people ranked him. This would be a home run pick for the Rams, a team that is solid on offense. If they protect Matt Stafford, they can shred anybody. Jared Verse would be a good fit. And you could even say the defensive tackle from Illinois for the Rams to kind of replace Aaron Donald. But I think that's a reach at this point. I would like that in some of my mocks. But with Mitchell and Verse available, they got to take one of those guys. The value is too high. Trav, I think Fontenot's the guy that you want for the Steelers. Mims is the guy that you really wanted, but he's gone now. So Fontenot's the last offensive lineman that I really like. After him, it's going to be somebody like Tyler Guyton that's has all the tools and plays well, but somebody with holes in their game. They might go the way you wanted them to go and go Jared Verse if there's not an offensive lineman they like available. That dude's 6'4", almost 260, and he has the tape that some of these other guys just, man, he jumps out on tape. You're gonna love Jared Verse if he goes to the Steelers. Again, this is a player I didn't think would be available for the Steelers. He could go here to the Rams. He's probably the highest rated guy on most people's boards at this point. Quinyon Marshall should be the pick, though. That's who the Rams should take. Quinyon Marshall. This guy's going to be a Pro Bowl level player. But let me talk about Mims real quick. This dude is out of Georgia. He's 6'8". He's 340 pounds. He is a people mover. Now, he still has some things to work on as far as hand placement and all that, but he has all the stuff you can't teach. This guy can punch somebody with his hands and knock them on their butts. Like I said, Mims was one of my favorite guys. Like I said, this was an elite tackle class, so there's some of these guys that have been starting for years and years and years and, have been talked about as studs for a while. This is known as one of the best offensive lineman drafts that we've had. And so this is a guy that has the potential to wind up being the best offensive tackle. Whether he gets there or not, we don't know. But somebody that's that big and moves that fast, that shit's unnatural. Let me know in the comments section who you like for the Rams. Like I said, Quinyon Mitchell is a guy that I love. I told everyone that, other people liked him more of a, mid to late round, first round guy. I think this dude is going to be a pro. He was blue chip coming out of high school. He was the best player on tape. He stood out at the Senior Bowl and he flashed the athleticism more so than these guys like Terrion Arnold that people have rated so high. He's faster than them. He's quicker. And he has better tape. I don't care where he played at. Picks in for the Rams. Let me know in the comment section if you're watching that. I got a couple things going on. We're on delay here. Also, if you can, in the comment section, let me. Oh, there we go. Jared Verse. Sorry, Trav. Every player I keep telling you that the Steelers might get keeps getting drafted. So the good part is the Steelers are on the clock now. Yes. You guys need to get the road grading guard here. So some people like Graham Barton as well. He would play more of the center position. JPJ's out there, but I think Fontenot's by far and away the guy for the Steelers here. They're not going to go wide receiver. There's just not the value there, I don't think. Not anybody I would pick at wide receiver there. Graham Barton could be the guy because he's played center before. And, Steelers can use a center. But, guard, center, or tackle. Quinyon Mitchell, I think, is the best player available. I don't know what you think about their cornerback situation. The Penn State guy. What Penn State guy are we talking about? Chop Robinson, the edge rusher. They could. I mean, I like Verse better, but that's going to be a matter of preference. Yeah, and then the big O tackle from Penn State's already gone. So I thought the Steelers would have more offensive line choices here, but the experts were off. We said that this was a big offensive line draft, and they've been going. I mean, let's look through the counter real quick. So Joe Alt went early at 5, like we said, best player available. And then Latham went at 7, which nobody had that. We were the only ones that were saying that he was going to slide up that high. And I didn't even know if Tennessee would take him that high. Then you had Olu at 11. The Jets surprised me and did the smart thing and took the offensive tackle. I got nervous that they wouldn't after they made a couple of free agency signings, but I guess you have to kind of make moves in case you can't get the guy you want. Then we have the 2 terrible picks in the draft that we talked about, Bo Nix and Brock Bowers. If you disagree, let me know in the comments section. Then Fuaga went at 14. And then Mims at 18. So the linemen are flying off the board. Picks in. The pick is in for the Steelers. Trav, who'd they get? Who are they talking to? Who are they liking? Who the Steelers get? Let me know if you guys are already seeing the pick come in, but I see that the pick is in. Obviously, I got a little delay here, so I'm not seeing the draft picks as they come in. I don't think Pittsburgh can go wrong here. Graham Barton, maybe? Barton, Fontenot, Mitchell. I think any of those 3 is a great pick for them. Chop is flop. Oh, man. Let me know who you guys like in the comment section. Who you think the Steelers should get, who your team is, who you're interested about. We still have some time here between waiting for with the picks in and who's selected. Surprised Travis didn't yell at me. I don't have the Steelers on the clock thing up here. But while we wait to see who Pittsburgh takes here, let's talk about some of these other picks that have already been made. And you guys can ping me when the selection goes live. So Jared Verse went to the Rams. I think this is a great fit. This is, beyond Byron Murphy, who was not available, probably the best fit for him. And nobody really had Verse being around at 19. He's one of the most talented edge defenders in the whole class. The snap in his hips and his hands jumps out on tape. He transitions from speed to power, and he overwhelms blockers. It's a big key on how Florida State season went this year. He's got the first step, the bend, the closing speed, everything you'd expect. He shoots his hands, he engages with bigger blockers, and he gets off blocks defending the run. it's hard to find an edge that can play the pass and the run. He might struggle more against the run in the pros at, a guy that's 255, but based on what I've seen so far in college, he looks like a guy that's gonna battle. Let's see what we got here in this section. I need a Steelers jersey. You send me a Steelers jersey and I'll wear it. All right. So versus a great pick. Let me talk about some of these picks that I really, really liked. Okay. So obviously Chicago, they had the easy scenario. They had Caleb Williams at 1, which everyone has as like kind of a really great quarterback, in Rome Odunze at 9. The other 2 teams were going to take quarterbacks. Marvin Harrison Jr.'s great pick. Joe Alt, great pick. Latham, great pick. Penix Jr., we'll see. But if they like him, I like it. That's a smart pick. The Jets taking Olu. Perfect. The Knicks and the Bowers pick, we hate. Fuaga to the Saints. They're happy they get somebody in that top tier at 14 with offensive linemen flying off. Latu's the first defender picked at 15. Not necessarily the guy I would take, but I don't think is a bad pick by any means. Byron Murphy, who most people had at the back end of the first round, goes 16. That's one of my favorite picks. I said this whole episode, Byron Murphy and Quentin Mitchell are 2 of my guys that are going to outperform where they're picked. Mark my words on that. Vikings get value. They traded to get the 23rd pick so they could jump up and draft their quarterback. They only had to jump 1 spot, so they probably didn't have to pay a whole lot. They got the quarterback they wanted, and then they jumped up again and got a great edge player. Vikings have had a great offseason. Their fans have to be pumped. I think they've done the most with what they had so far. 18 was a spot where I thought maybe Cincinnati reaches for Newton since Byron Murphy's off the board, but I think they did the smart move and they took the best player available that helps their team, because you can always use a good offensive tackle, and Mims is a beast. I think he's one of those guys, if you love him, you love him. And then we got Jared Verse to the Rams. Like, everything just fell perfectly for the Rams. And, this is a team that's going to be battling for the playoffs. So that's an important pick. So let me know what we got here on the clock left for the Steelers. They're on the clock. They're taking forever. Let's see how much time they got left here. It said the pick was in 26 years ago. Let me know in the comments section if you already see the pick anywhere. Are we hoping? Oh, Fanu, there we go, buddy. I told you this is best case scenario for them. This is the guy I liked. I thought maybe they go Barton because Barton actually played center. And, if you don't have a good center, you want someone to play center. But they went and they took the best guy, the best fit. Fanu is a beast. And nobody had him going to the Steelers. So let me give you a quick rundown on your boy, Trav. This dude is a technician. He's a tenacious drive blocker. You can run behind him in short yard situations. And you like Sims better? Okay, that's fair, but this is a guy that's going to help you run the ball. He's also going to be able to pass block. He's going to get a team that wants to run the ball, like some of the top teams in the league, the opportunity to be able to do. This guy's overwhelming defenders in space. His body control and balance and pass protection are excellent. And with 2 middle-of-the-road quarterbacks that are going to be competing in Pittsburgh, they need to make sure that these guys have time to throw. You want to know what you're getting. You want to know if you have the quarterback position figured out, right? So he mirrors well. he flashes the ability to recover when he's caught out of position. He's got long arms, which everyone's obsessed with. And he's got a strong punch. He's played 29 games at left tackle and 2 games at left guard. So he's got position versatility. He's got a lot of tape and experience, and he can be a day one starter for the Steelers. All right, so I'm getting some pings here. Somebody asked me, who do I want for my team? I mean, I want Quinyon Mitchell. The fact that he's still on the board and is available that's the perfect fit for me for the Lions, but we're still far away from the Lions picking. I might get excited and talk about them a little early, but we're on pick 21. Marv, this is your territory. This is your team. Let me know. I know we talked about if Fontenot could fall to the Steelers. With him gone, who do you like for Miami? I know you guys lost Wilkins. Do you want to reach for Newton? I don't know if that's the guy that I'd be taking there. You're not going to have a tight end. I mean, you want an offensive tackle? Do you need an edge? I don't know if there's any offensive tackles to take here. Maybe you get Travis's boy Chop the Flop here. I'm sorry, man. I don't think this broke out very well for Miami. I don't think that they're going to be left with the player that they want. They could use somebody that can play tackle and or guard. Do they take Graham Barton here? You know, a lot of people had him going around here. I don't know. And if you're looking at somebody bigger, those guys are all going to be projects. Like Guyton kind of just slid into the first round because he's 6'8", 322. He's only played 1 year in college. He's raw. He has all the things that'll make you excited, but we haven't seen it really on tape yet. All right, let me change this here. Miami's on the clock. So Miami fans, let me know who you like here for Miami. This is a tough one for me because I thought this draft was going to break to them and they were going to get a good offensive lineman. Like I said, there's Barton and there's Guyton left. I don't know if that's the guy that they want to take at 21. You know, Fontenot was the last of the guys that I really liked left. But a lot of people love Barton. And truth is, I just didn't get to see Barton a lot because he played at Duke. But the dude's 6'5", 313, and he started 34 games at left tackle. People think he's going to play guard or center. He's played at center in college as well. So he's got position versatility. He was a guy that I was saying that I really liked the Lions to get at 29 before they signed the guard from the Ravens. And honestly, I'd still be happy if they got Barton at 29 or Mitchell. Obviously, I really like Mitchell. So Terrion Arnold, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, all on the board. One of them is going next pick to the Eagles for sure. Let me know, Eagles fans, what you think. So we've been live streaming here for 3 hours and almost 5 minutes. I don't think I've stopped for more than a few seconds, more than a couple of times. That's commitment to the draft coverage right here. Give me a good drink and relax after this. But we're going to go strong. We're going to finish the first round. At least finish till the Lions go. Because you guys came out and supported it. I appreciate it. Thanks for everyone that kind of helped out in the comment section and gave us some stuff to talk about, especially early in the draft. We went on a half hour before the draft even started. So maybe I don't make that mistake next time unless I have someone on here with me chatting. But hopefully you guys appreciate the content. I got a lot of thumbs up and people saying they liked it. You seen I've been nailing these picks. I think it's been a good draft overall. I think teams are getting less afraid of what people think about the picks and are doing what's best for their team. So the pick is in for the Dolphins. Marv, you're still on here. I haven't seen you in a minute. Who do you think that pick's going to be? Let me know in the comments section. Let me know. Chop Robinson. There we go. So like I said, hey, I think Chop Robinson. I don't think they want to reach for Barton or Guyton. So Chop's gone. I think the only spot where we really have elite first round level talent at this point is cornerback. All right. With the Eagles on the clock, this is a team that could use a cornerback. I'm not sure if they need anyone on the offensive line. I know Kelsey just retired. I don't know what their plan is there. But they could definitely use interior offensive linemen, so maybe Barton. I think ESPN was saying that they needed wide receiver and linebacker. So this is the spot where Brian Thomas could come into play as a wide receiver. But I don't think that they need wide receiver like that. And they're definitely not going to take a linebacker this early. I think Quinyon Mitchell is the perfect pick for the Eagles. I think everything fell perfect for them. And most of the mocks I did, they got a cornerback, and it was usually like the third or fourth one. Usually like Cooper DeJean was a guy that a lot of people had them going. So they literally have their pick of all the cornerbacks. I think that's the direction that the Eagles have to go here. So they have 3 minutes and some change left on the clock. All right. Trav called it. Okay, so Eagles got 2 minutes and some change left on the pick here. Pick is not in yet, at least not from what I'm seeing. Drafts pretty much went a lot of the way we expected. It'll be interesting to see how our picks went compared to some others. Let's see here. Eagles on the clock. It should be Quinyon Mitchell. Now, if they go Terrion Arnold, who a lot of people have rated higher, or Cooper DeJean, that's fine too. They have to go cornerback here. I don't think that there's an offensive lineman that they want to take here that compares to what these guys bring to the table. Dude, are these guys not paying attention to what Mitchell did all the years of tape in Toledo and then competing at the Senior Bowl and then what he did at – this isn't a guy that just got some interceptions or covered well. Like he makes plays on the ball. You don't have a lot of cornerbacks that are good at staying with wide receiver and making plays on the ball. Now, I get it. Toledo's a lower level of competition, but this is a guy that ran 4.33 and has excellent tape. He closes in a flash. He breaks on the ball and off coverage. This was my dream scenario to the Lions, so I'll be happy if he's not the pick for the Eagles. But let me know if you guys get in the pick for the Eagles. Marv, let me know what you think about Miami taking Chop. Hey, Duo, I know you mentioned earlier you were enjoying the content. Let me know who your team is and what you're looking out for and any questions you got while we're waiting for the Eagles pick to come in. The Eagles pick is in, so you guys will probably see it before me, and you can let me know who it is. And yeah, I already know who your team is. Hobbs, let me know what you're looking for on here. All right, waiting for the Eagles pick to come in. Again, some people are talking Brian Thomas. I had see that before the way the draft fell out the way it did, but I just don't see it with all these great cornerbacks available. And think about this. These are the cornerbacks that people had going in the first round. Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, and then you had the maybe guys like Kool-Aid McKinstry and I saw Rakestraw in some first round mocks. And what's the cornerback from Georgia? I never thought he was a first round cornerback, but I've seen it in some of these mocks. Lassiter. Is Nate Wiggins the pick? Let me know if you see it in the comment section. I see they got Nate Wiggins on the camera and he was on the phone and we figured, we saw a lot of people having Wiggins to the Eagles. I just don't think that Wiggins is the cornerback you take when you have Terrion Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell that played the same position and quite frankly played it better. I mean, Wiggins is small. He's smaller than those guys. DeJean's 203, Arnold's 189, Mitchell's 195 or something. Nate Wiggins is like 170. I get it. He ran the 4.28 in the combine and had all those sweet athletic looking stuff going on and showed flashes of brilliance and pick sixes and all that. But the dude misses tackles in college. What's he going to do in the NFL? I don't know. I'm a lot lower in Nate Wiggins than most people, though. I don't think he's going to have any good run support. I think he's going to have tackling issues. And I don't know why teams overlook that so much in the NFL. I know they think you can teach tackling, you can't teach speed, blah, blah, blah. Someone that doesn't tackle doesn't tackle. But hey, if they take Wiggins, that's good. That's a guy off the board that I don't want the Lions to take. Wow. ESPN finally has someone that's agreeing with me. He's talking about how great Mitchell is. I kind of like Louis Rick, though, but he actually worked in a front office before, so that makes sense. Picks in for the Eagles. Let me know who you guys got. Let me know in the comments section anything you guys want me to hit on. We're rolling into that dead spot again as we're waiting for these teams taking a long time, using their full time. Quinyon Marshall. I shouldn't be upset because I never thought he was going to make it to the Lions, but that's another pick we called. I said that the Eagles had to take a cornerback. Obviously, I never had him mocked to the Eagles in our mock drafts because I hadn't gone before then. God, that's a guy I really wanted the Lions to get. This guy's going to be a stud. Eagles have been killing it in the draft, man. They got Jalen Carter last year. They got Mitchell here. I mean, I guess that's why the Eagles have been fielding some good teams recently. They've really been doing a good job in the draft. So, with that, let's look who we got on the clock next after the Eagles. We got Jacksonville, who did the trade with Minnesota. So they traded back. Which I think the Vikings did a great job there because they got Turner, who a lot of people thought was going to be a top 10 pick. He was mocked consistently like 7, 8, and they got him at 17. So Jacksonville traded back. Maybe Jacksonville traded back because they wanted a cornerback and none of the corners had went yet. And they had all these guys grouped up together. So I mocked Jacksonville a cornerback in all my mocks at 17. Now they're picking at 23 and only one guy's off the clock. Now, some people might say Newton's the best fit here because Jacksonville's soft on the interior of their defensive line. And it's a big drop off once Newton's off the board. So Jacksonville's got 3.5 minutes on the clock. I'm going to mock them Terrion Arnold. He's the guy that most people had ranked as the number one cornerback. He played at a top school in Alabama, for the SEC. And he's done everything well. So, okay, the pick is in. Just go ahead and ping me in the comments section when they have that pick in there. We can talk about that. What's Dallas quarterback situation look like? Yeah, the Cowboys are never going to be happy with their quarterback. Let's be real. They want to go to the Super Bowl every year. They never do. The Cowboys need an offensive tackle, and most of the really good ones are gone. So this broke really the worst way possible for the Cowboys. But ping me if you can when the pick comes in for the Jags. I think it should be Terrion Arnold. But I'm going to talk about the guy the Eagles got, Quinyon Marshall. So this dude ran the second fastest 40 at the combine at 4.33. People are worried about who he faced at Toledo, but like I said, when you see what he did on tape, this dude's a freak. He reads receivers and closes in a flash. He's breaking off on the ball and off coverage. He's got the frame. He's got the recovery burst. He's got speed. This guy could be a shutdown press corner, and those are hard to find. Those are hard to find. That's why I said I would overdraft this guy. I feel like he got underdrafted. Eagles always find value. You see some of these teams like the Ravens and the Eagles, they always find, and the Steelers usually. Steelers did great in this draft too. Always find value in the draft. And it looks like the last couple of years, Detroit found somebody that can do the same. How many picks are in the first round? 32. We're almost done. It's not that much longer. Hang with me. I need you to keep me going. So, the comp people have for Quinyon Mitchell is Jalen Johnson. And it makes sense because that's an underrated, undervalued corner that really balls out. So, Mitchell's off the board. The Jacksonville pick is in. Let me know when you see that pick come across because, again, you guys are going to see it before I do. Terrion Arnold should be the pick here. This is a guy people thought might be a top 10 guy. I mean, I didn't, but there was a lot of people that thought this guy was going to be a top 10 player. So if Jacksonville doesn't go Terrion Arnold, let's talk about other options. So we talked about the defensive tackle Newton. Kind of getting closer to a range where that might make sense. You got Graham Barton still on the board. I don't know how they look for offensive linemen. And then preference-wise, that they prefer Cooper DeJean, who's kind of like a bigger cornerback. And this is the dude that played special teams, and he likes to hit people. So kind of the opposite of Nate Wiggins. So, and let me talk about Wiggins real quick as well while we wait for the Jacksonville pick to come in. He was the only one. He was the only corner that ran sub 4.3. So we talked about it. He's got the speed. He's got the stop ability. He's got the hips. He quickly diagnoses routes. And he's got some pick sixes. He's good at the 50-50 balls. He plays the ball well. I don't think he plays it as well as Quinyon Mitchell, but he plays it well. And so we got the pick in for Jacksonville. We'll get there in a second. But like I said, the guy's lean. He doesn't tackle good. I don't think he has good stopping power. He's just not a player I like personally. But, again, this isn't like the Bowers pick or the Bo Nix pick, in my opinion. Those were disasters. So Dallas is on the clock. That's the team that everyone loves. Let's talk about who the Jags took with Brian Thomas Jr. So, we said that wide receiver was a need for them. So again, this is another pick that actually hurts Dallas too, because I had Dallas's top two needs as offensive tackle and wide receiver. I don't think there's a guy worthy of taking at either spot. You got defensive tackle, you could go Newton. Maybe they just go best player available. They take Terrion Arnold. Or maybe they take Graham Barton to build the interior of the line. I think if they took one of the other offensive tackles, it'd be a little bit of a reach here. Because I think Arnold and Barton are better players, but maybe you go with the project guy like Guyton. So, Jason, if you're out there watching, let me know what you're thinking. I don't think you're happy about where Dallas went here. So, Brian Thomas Jr., this guy, he led FBS in touchdowns. I mean, he had the Heisman the Heisman winning quarterback throwing to him, and the wide receiver that went before him opposite of him. So how much attention was he getting? He's the less explosive but bigger guy, 6'3", 210-ish. He used to play basketball. He's got wide catch radius and excellent body control. You expect them to come down with the 50-50 balls. So that's what I like. I think that helps Trevor Lawrence there and win the one-on-one matchups. The thing people don't expect is he ran a 4.33 at that size. So I don't know. He's a big play waiting to happen. He could turn out to be a star, and I think that's why he's gone so high. I guess it was hard to see the highlights with him when I think Neighbors made kind of more of the big time catches. But he's got that extra gear to take the top off. So this is a really interesting pick. Maybe we're just not giving Brian Thomas Jr. enough credit, but it's always hard to tell in those loaded offenses where it's so strong everywhere. So with Dallas still on the clock with 3 minutes to go, I don't know, man. Terrion Arnold's the best available. I think Graham Barton might be the pick here. Graham Barton, I know they'd rather have an offensive tackle than an interior guy, but they have a need at center as well. I believe they lost their center. I know they lost one of their stud offensive tackles. Jason, you should be in here talking to me about your darn Dallas team. But I think Barton's probably the best pick here for Dallas. I don't feel like there's any other really good players that kind of match what they need. I mean, I don't think they really have a need for defensive back. Maybe they take Terrion Arnold anyhow because you never have enough DBs and you got a lot of value there. I don't think there's a wide receiver worthy of picking at this point. You could go Rob's boy, the guy out of South Carolina. I can't remember his name. Xavier something. And then, later on I've seen Adonai Mitchell at the bottom of boards in Texas, and he's got an explosive game. And they also have the other really fast guy from Texas. And, I say really fast, one guy's 4.3 and the other one set the combine record. So we're waiting for the Dallas pick. They got about another minute there. I see they're looking at the Cowboys war room. Let me know in the comments section when you see that Dallas pick come in. Looks like we're thinning out a little bit in the viewing section here, but I definitely appreciate everyone that's come in or watched or made comments. And I hope this is some good draft coverage and we can continue to do this for the channel. But we're getting close to the end. Pick 24. We got a handful of picks left. I think we'll wrap it up once we get to the old Kansas City pick. So we got the Cowboys on the clock now. We got Green Bay after that. They're probably going to take one of these cornerbacks because, like I said, the value is just too high. You wait too long, there's not going to be a good cornerback available for you to pick. And, again, it kind of just goes to the best players available. You got a lot of DBs here now at this point. You got Barton, who I like, who's an interior offensive line player as well. You got Newton that may go in the first round as a defensive tackle. And then, you're looking at that next layer wide receivers, the Xaviers, the Adonis, and then maybe even a guy like Darius Robinson slides in as that next tier of edge players as well. Other guys I could see going, Tyler Guyton, big project offensive tackle. I don't think Rakestraw is going to make it in the first round, just for the fact that we still have so many DBs on the board. I mean, ESPN comped Terrion Arnold to Devin Witherspoon. Obviously, he's not Devin Witherspoon, or he'd already be gone. But, I mean, you have a guy that a lot of people consider the top corner prospect in the class still going. Oh, here we go. Detroit jumped the line. I told you they were looking to trade up. They're going to get the cornerback they like. I don't know if Mitchell was the guy they liked. I'm just always assuming that me and Brad Holmes are on the same page. Maybe it's just because I want to be as smart as Brad Holmes. But Detroit is on the clock. Please get in the comment section. Let me know what they gave up to move up a few spots. Now I'm pumped up. This is going to give us the second win to finish this draft coverage strong. I swear. Next year I'm going to have a few guests rotate in to help me out. So I'm not going full stop for 4 hours straight. But this gave me the excitement that's going to help me pick up the draft. The Lions are on the clock. People are saying wide receiver. No, they're not going to go wide receiver. They're not going to go safety. I could see defensive tackle. I don't think they're going to take Newton here. I don't think they trade up to take Newton. Edge. Who's available at the edge? I think they're going to take Terrion Arnold. That's who I like. I mean, he was my second quarterback, but a lot of people liked him as the top guy. Who else do they take if they don't take Terrion Arnold? They could go up and get Graham Barton. I don't think they need that as much as they need a DB. Terrion Arnold is going to start and be on the field for him. Granted, I get they need interior offensive line because Zeitler's 1-year contract and they have, Ragnow is pretty beat up. Who knows how long he's going to play? That'd be like the preventative maintenance move. So you don't have to reach. And I love Graham Barton. He's a guy I'd like them to get. But that was before we were considering getting Terrion Arnold. Wow, this is a great spot. I'm really curious who they like. I'm kind of wondering if it is Graham Barton just for the fact that they traded up when there's still a few good cornerbacks later. Or maybe they saw a couple cornerbacks go and said, hey, let's go get the one that we want. So whoever thought Dallas and Detroit are trading partners. So my personal thoughts is Dallas wanted an offensive tackle. They didn't get the guy that they wanted. And they decided to trade back, and maybe at 29 they go Guyton or the tackle Jordan whatever out of Arizona. And they get someone that might be able to fill that need, or maybe one of those wide receivers in that second tier pick up a little extra value. I think this is definitely a win-win. I think Detroit's got to be going crazy. I mean, the draft's there. They just moved up. Another big move. Who are they going to take? I'm saying Terrion Arnold. Now I'm excited. Don't forget, we said this on the pod weeks ago. Detroit was trying to trade up. I was thinking 15 or 19, but maybe they tried and they couldn't. Or maybe they sat back because nobody moved yet. Maybe it's like, hey, we want to get one of these two guys. And maybe after Mitchell was gone, they're like, hey, we need to go up and get Arnold. Again, this is all speculation, but I'm excited now. I think Brad Holmes, I'm never going to doubt him. If I thought it was a terrible pick and Brad Holmes made it, I'm going to assume it was a great pick. I really want to know who he went up from 29 to 24 to get. Let me know in the comments section if you see what they gave up to make that move. So Dallas traded the 24th pick and a 7th rounder in 25 to the Lions for 29 and 73. Seems a little bit steep. I mean, you're giving up, man, I don't know. You're giving up a high 3, a mid 3 to go up 5 spots. Sounds expensive, but maybe that just means they really like the guy. Let's go, Terrion Arnold. This is just a perfect pick. This is a guy that people are talking about as a top 10 pick. This is a guy that people has the consensus number 1 pick. So now I don't even care that they gave up a 3rd round to move up 5 spots. This is, man, how does Brad Holmes do this every year? The dude's picking at 29 and he gets the top cornerback. He was the top cornerback prospect in the class. He had an impressive 2023 season. He's tough, he's long, and while he's at his best in press, he has scheme versatility. And we know the Lions are always looking for versatility. Packers, it says the pick is already in for them. So I guess they knew exactly who they wanted. I'm guessing that's going to be another cornerback, maybe Cooper DeJean. But let me get back to Terrion Arnold. He picked off 5 passes in 23. He's got the frame to compete for 50-50 balls. His length is an asset when it comes to breaking up passes. And important, he's a willing run defender. He doesn't shy away from contact. Brad Holmes always nails it when it comes to looking at the details that I feel like a lot of teams miss all the time. This guy is no doubt the best GM of all time. I can't think of any team that had a run like he had over the last 3 years. Like maybe if you go back to the 70s or something, or even the late 80s when teams were fleecing other bad GMs. But in this super competitive era in the NFL, nobody has done it like Brad Holmes. I cannot wait to talk about this pick. And I told you, I love what Minnesota did in the draft. I love what, I love that the Eagles were able to get Mitchell at 22, but the Lions, let's trade up from 29 to 24 to get Terrion Arnold is a home run. And I think the Cowboys held them over the coals a little bit, made them pony up a little bit extra. It's okay. You got your guy. You got your guy. This guy, man. It's so crazy to go through decades of being a Lions fan and them just being bad to just nailing everything left and right. But I don't want to spend all this time talking on the Lions because I could talk about them forever and who they did. And this draft worked out better than expected again. But I think that Green Bay is going to go and take Cooper DeJean next. Now, they could use somebody on the offensive tackle side. I don't know if they want to go that route. They could go interior. Graham Barton might be the best available. I think Cooper DeJean is the best fit. Let me know what you think in the comment section. We got Tampa Bay coming up after Green Bay. That's going to be interesting. They could use a wide receiver. Man, somebody told me to take a shot. Well, there's not going to be any shots taken here. I mean, if you send in a super chat, I might consider it. But Packers pick is in. We're going to see who that is in a minute. I've already kind of went over who we think that should be. I want to go back and let's go over some of these day one trades that we've seen. So Minnesota moved up and took the Jacksonville pick, which I saw. Let's see what they had to give up. Vikings traded up to pick 17 for 23, 167, and a 2025 third and a 2025 fourth. Okay. So they went 6 slots. I'd say that's kind of similar to what Detroit gave up based on when the picks are. And they actually moved up an extra slot and is earlier in the draft. So that's not too terrible. And again, the Vikings got Turner, who probably wouldn't have been available for them if they didn't jump up. So the Vikings moved up 1 spot. See, the Jets got 11 and 129 overall for 157 and 10. 11, 129 and 157 for 10 and 203. And that's not that expensive, but again, they only moved up 1 slice. And that saved them from, having to deal with somebody else jumping in front of them. So I think all these trades are win-wins. Cowboys got a lot of value to go back 5 spots, and they're probably going to get a similar player anyhow because they weren't going to get a DB. We got, let's see if they ever know. So Jordan Morgan for Green Bay. Okay, so in my mock drafts, I did give him offensive tackles every time. Morgan feels like a reach. He's like the 8th or 9th best offensive tackle. But, if they think this guy's going to be a quality starter for them, it's a spot where they had a need. And, a lot of people had him sneaking in at the end of the first round. ESPN had him as the 40th ranked player. He's had a lot of games that he played left tackle at Arizona. 6'5", 311. So he's big enough to play the position. He's tough to beat when he gets people inside, but he's got to remember in pass pro, he's going to be on an island at left tackle. So he might be able to pull some stuff to, save himself when he gets out of position in college, but he's going to be going up against tougher competition at the pro level. But before we talk more about him, let's shift over real quick. We'll talk about what the Tampa Bay needs are here. Again, thanks for hanging with me. We're at pick 26. So we got 6 picks left to go, and we'll wrap this puppy up. I think Graham Barton should be the pick here. They need interior O-line help. Again, maybe somebody's seeing something I'm not. Again, this is a guy I haven't seen a whole lot. It's really mainly highlight clips and watching stuff back because I don't watch a lot of Duke football. But, A lot of people thought this guy would be gone by this point, especially considering all the linemen that went. And I definitely think Barton was a better lineman than Jordan Morgan, who just came off the board, and he brings position flexibility. So I get that people are saying the Bucks need wide receiver help, and I agree with that. I just think the value is too much to pass up because it's not like they don't need some players on the offensive line too. I mean, who? I guess that you got good wide receivers you can take here now. You're at the late point in the draft. You got Adonai Mitchell from Texas. You got the kid from Georgia, McConkley, Xavier Worthy, who broke the combine record. You got guys like Keon Coleman, who people thought were going to be a first round pick before the evaluation process kicked in, and the kid from South Carolina, who did pretty good at the combine, and he was kind of a good deep threat for them. So I could see that. I think Graham Barton's a better value than any of those guys, but just my opinion. But appreciate you guys in the comments section keeping me on point with who's picked where, picks in for the Bucks. So let me know who that is when that comes up. Should be Graham Barton. After that, we got the Cardinals, whose biggest need is wide receiver, but they already picked up Marvin Harrison Jr., so they probably go cornerback, and that's a perfect fit for them if it works out that way. As we talked about, I said they weren't a good candidate to trade back because you take Marvin Harrison Jr. early, and then you hope a DB is available for you. And the way this draft's worked out, there's still some first round level cornerbacks available. So this draft is broken really well for some teams. I feel like you don't usually have this many winners. After Buffalo, after Arizona will be the Buffalo pick at 28. That is 100% going to be a wide receiver. You can quote me on that. I don't see anybody that's super standout that they would avoid their biggest need. I mean, yeah, I think even if they feel like they're reaching a little bit, they got to take wide receiver at 28. And then Dallas with their pick that they got from Detroit. That's going to be an interesting one to talk about. I know some Dallas fans are going to be upset if they trade back and don't get somebody good. We talked about the players that we considered for them at 24. So maybe a guy that we are saying like Graham Barton might be available for them because there's a couple spots I thought he might go in, and he's been passed over. Now, the teams that I think are going to wind up losing in this, and that's great because I don't really care about these teams, but Baltimore and San Francisco, because those were teams I think were locked into expecting to pick offensive linemen. It's the biggest need for both teams. And they probably thought they were good because this draft was loaded at this position. But so many have already come off the board. They're like, it's going to be double-digit players off the board in this one spot. So they couldn't have expected that. I don't really know where they're going to wind up going. So picks 30 and 31 are going to be really interesting. I'm going to have to see who's available because I think both of those teams want linemen, and there's not going to be linemen available. Maybe Dallas switches it up and goes wide receiver because that's a need for them as well. Hey, stop texting me. Hit me in the comment section. All right. Let's see here. Okay. There it is. We called another one. Graham Barton, the pick. Now, granted, this is a guy that we thought two other places he might go. But you guys got to get off the sports chat. We got to get in the comments here. We're talking draft. Barton started 34 games at left tackle in college. This guy's developed into a starter. He's played center. He's played tackle. He's got a lot of tape. So I think this was a great pick by Tampa Bay on a player that was sliding and really kind of runs the offensive line players available. And I think Guyton's going to be pushed into the first round at this point, honestly, because I mean, after him, it's just a big drop off. I don't even know who you have coming next. Is it the other tackle at Notre Dame? Is it the guy out of Washington? I don't know. And then like I said, inside, you get guys like Beebe or Haynes that clearly aren't first round players. So now that Barton's gone, this is my other question. What happened to Jackson Powers Johnson? A lot of people had him as a top player. He's got the tape. He won the, outstanding center award. He's a powerful run blocker. What's the deal with JPJ? If you're looking for an interior lineman, especially a center. Sorry, guys, not trying to zone out here, just kind of trying to catch up on everything and see where we are. I got word in. Darius Robinson, the edge, is the selection for the Cardinals. Apologize, I didn't really get too much of a chance to discuss who the Cardinals might take. Their pick kind of came and went pretty quick, especially as we were talking about the Graham Barton pick from Tampa Bay. But with that pick in, we have Buffalo on the clock. And I'm going to talk about them really quick, and then we'll circle back to the Darius Robinson pick, who we always had a sneaking suspicion was going to sneak into the end of the first round. And with the edges going late, he almost didn't. So with Buffalo on the clock, they're definitely going wide receiver. Like I said, this is like 100%. Okay. Let's see here. So I know I've been winging it most of this time, but we're kind of getting to the point where I'm looking at what players are available so I don't kind of lose track of where I'm at. Maybe a Donnie Mitchell here. I don't know. I think it's going to kind of come down to what the team wants. Like because I kind of got all these guys kind of rammed into the same area. Xavier and Mitchell and even McConkey, who might be a slight drop below or Xavier Worthy. I mean, even Keon Coleman, kind of all in that same range. I know a lot of people like the guy out of Florida pretty a lot too, but I don't think he's a first round guy. I had to cut the phone off. People are jumping in. Like I said, if you want to talk draft, let's talk draft on the video. Let's get the comment section going again. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'm going to say a Donnie Mitchell for Buffalo. But like I said, 100% a wide receiver. Yeah, I mean, ESPN's predicting the wide receiver out of South Carolina. So there you go. I mean, I think that's a slam dunk. All right. Let's talk a little bit. Wow. Cooper DeJean's still available. That's crazy. Now, here's the thing. This is the thing that was important with, and this is why I said Darius Robinson would sneak into the first round. After Robinson, and I don't think Robinson is a first round edge player. Let me just be clear on that first. It's a lot of project guys after that. So, not a strong year on edge like some people are making it out to be. There's a couple good guys at the top, the late twos and Verse. Um, Chop might be there, but now you have Darius Robinson, and I don't think anyone else is going to be a huge factor in this pick, like at edge. I don't think there's going to be any other edge player that's going to be a factor. Again, you never know because all these guys have potential and size and speed, but some of them are from small schools or didn't play, as well as expected at Alabama or whatever the case may be. Oh, interesting. Chiefs moved up from 32 to 28. I don't know what they gave up yet. I don't really get this. I guess one of these wide receivers they like. I guess just my personal opinion. I kind of thought there's a group of like 3 or 4 receivers that are all similar-ish. But I think Kansas City has one that they really liked. Or maybe Buffalo didn't really love any of the guys and they were searching to go back. I don't know. But I think they're both looking at for the same position. Or maybe with Kansas City switching, trading Snead, they decide, hey, this is good value to go get Cooper DeJean. I don't know. It's kind of funny because some people have Cooper DeJean's comp as L'Jarius Sneed. So that was obviously a cost-saving move. The pick's obviously already in. You guys might see it already. Man, I don't know. There's a lot of different ways they could go with this. I hate when they switch and the pick's already in so quick. So every mock I've done, I've given them a wide receiver. But none of the mocks was Cooper DeJean available at 32 for them, and now they're picking at 28. So we'll look in a minute and see what they gave up to get there. Man, they could go Newton too at defensive tackle. Yeah. So I'm thinking because they traded up, they're not going to go wide receiver, which I think is probably their biggest need. I think they're saying there's one guy left that we think is a first round pick. Is that DeJean? Is that Newton? Remember, too, there's a big drop the way a lot of these people are rating these defensive tackles after Newton. After Newton, you're getting a guy that you hope develops into something. I think Murphy's going to be a stud. And I think Newton has shown a lot on tape that he's going to be likely at least a good defensive tackle. But if you need a defensive tackle and you don't get Newton, you're going to get some kind of project or hidden gem or something of that sort. Man, this has been a great draft. I'm going to try to do this again next year. I promise I'm going to put a little more effort into it. I have some guests come on. I have some notes for some of these dead spots. I think I did pretty good for winging it, though. Let me know what you think in the comments section. Chiefs pick. Well, I'm just going to pull something up real quick, see if I got anything on this. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking through, trying to get caught up on some of these messages, see anything about these picks coming in. Wow. All right, guys. So trade. Let's see what they got. So here's the trade. Kansas City traded. The Bills give up pick 28, 133, 248. The Chiefs give up pick 32, 95, 221. Hey, not that bad. So maybe, like I said, maybe the Bills were looking to trade down as well. I'm not sure. Let me get us up to date here with old Kansas City on the clock. All right. Xavier Worthy is the pick. So they still went wide receiver. I don't know if this is a guy that they would have to jump up and get, but if they didn't, maybe they didn't see it the same way. Maybe they saw it as Worthy was in a tier of his own. Of course, he has speed you can't teach. He set the combine record for speed. What did he run? Like 4.21 or something? So he's a speed burner. Maybe they wanted to jump in front of the Cowboys because the Cowboys are likely they need a wide receiver. I said, hey, we want to get Xavier Worthy. So they trade. They didn't give up much. And they got to jump ahead. And, Buffalo gets some higher picks in some spots. And maybe they kind of saw those guys all in the same tier. And if so, that sounds like a win-win for everybody. So they're announcing it right now. The pick for Xavier Worthy. Let's talk about this guy real quick. This dude, not a huge guy. He's 6'1", 172. But you expect that when you see the speed. And like I said, the guy literally broke the speed record. But not only that, he played at Texas and he has some game. So this guy, he's a burner. He's a dynamic player. He's going to be able to stretch the field. And he's a guy that, like I said, he was productive at Texas. So it's not like he's just the speed burner guy. And they've been missing this. I think that they're trying to replace the Tyreek Hill portion of their offense. Obviously, if he's anything near that, this is a home run pick. So I get it. They didn't give up a lot. They moved up. They got the guy they liked. And like I said, maybe they didn't see him in the same category. Maybe they said, this is the guy we want to get. And they jumped in front of Dallas to get their guy. So Dallas is back on the clock for the second time. Guys, let me know what you think. Where you think Dallas is going to go. We got 4 picks left. Thanks for everyone that's been hanging in. Do they go Cooper DeJean? Do they even need the cornerback? Do they go Newton, who might be one of the best players available at defensive tackle? I like Newton. I think Newton should be the pick here. This is a good spot. You're not giving up a whole lot. You're going to get an interior guy. It's going to help stop the run. You got the Eagles that like to run the ball and just signed Barkley. You got the Giants and Commanders that can't really do anything else anyhow. This is a good spot for Newton to go. Oh, there you go, Tyler Guyton. So, like we said, the top spot they were going to go is offensive tackle. So, they got the last guy that was probably, possible first round value. I think it's more, he's a guy who would be first round in a lot of drafts, because of his potential. I think with this draft, there's a question just because there's so many lights out, really good offensive linemen. So we got Baltimore on the clock. We got 3 picks to go. Teams are starting to pump up the speed a little bit. Baltimore always finds value every year. So I think we're going to be able to nail this pick. Let's see who's available and where they might go. Wow, pick's already in for Baltimore. That didn't take long at all. They must have known exactly who they like. I guess when you have all that time, you should. So that chime there is just for the Tyler Guyton pick that we already mentioned. So Baltimore could use an edge. I don't think there's any that are available worthy of picking. They could use interior line. I mean, they'd use everywhere in the line. I think offensive line's where they go if they wanted to get someone they like. But I don't think anyone's going to present the same value as Cooper DeJean. Lock it in. Ravens, Cooper DeJean. Great pick, like always. Ravens never disappoint me. They draft really, really good. But let's talk about Tyler Guyton for a minute. This guy's 6'7", 327. And, like I said, like some of these other guys, looks athletic. He's raw. He's got all the talent in the world. The question is he going to have time to learn in Dallas? I think he's going to get thrown in the fire. And some Cowboys fans are going to be upset if he's not ready to go right away. I'm excited to see who the Ravens go with here. Cooper DeJean is the guy that I really like. So, wow. I mean, can we get a count on all the offensive linemen that went? It's outrageous. So we got the Ravens here. I think they're going to go Cooper DeJean. Then we got San Francisco. Like, who would be the next tackle that they would take? I don't think there's anybody worthy of taking at this point on the offensive line. And you take Jackson Powers Johnson? I don't know. San Francisco pick's going to be hard because, like I said, I've had them mocked an offensive tackle every time. And there's just not a guy there that's valuable. If the Ravens don't take Cooper DeJean for some reason, I think he's the pick because they could use a cornerback as well. Maybe San Francisco goes best player available and fits a spot where they might have a need and go wide receiver. I could see them going Kool-Aid McKinstry, maybe. That would, I mean, a lot of people had him go in the first, late in the first round. The problem with him is he was supposed to be the stud player, and his tape was just inconsistent last year. He's a good press corner, and he started forever at Alabama, which tells you he's probably a pro, but It's kind of hard when you have a lot of tape to always be good too. Teams got to remember that. All right. So, and then, like we said, Buffalo is definitely going to be wide receiver. Nate Wiggins, huh? I thought we talked about Nate Wiggins going somewhere else. I could have sworn it. Maybe we were just talking about the fact that I didn't like Nate Wiggins. Wow. All right. Well, I already kind of talked earlier about Nate Wiggins. Not a huge fan. I don't have him as high as most people. He's a small guy and he's not going to be a good run stopper, but I'm going to trust Buffalo more. I mean, not Buffalo. I'm going to trust Baltimore more than I trust myself. Not quite at the Brad Holmes level, but if Baltimore is liking what this guy can do, breaking on the ball, then I'm going to trust Baltimore. But like I said, from what I've seen, I wasn't as big on Wiggins as most, but they clearly liked the athletic ability he had, and they passed on Cooper DeJean to take him, who I think was a better all-around cornerback. Maybe they figure Wiggins had more upside or better at defending the pass, which is what the NFL is all about at this point. There's the announcement for Nate Wiggins. And now we're at the point where we're talking 2 picks left. We got the 49ers and we got the Buffalo Bills. So I hate it when I have to say somebody's name more than 2 times is the guy I think they're going to pick. But can San Francisco pass the value of Cooper DeJean at this point? Are people thinking he's not going to be athletic enough in the NFL despite everything he did in the Big Ten? I don't know. I should have his notes with his combine numbers here because I really like this guy. Let's see where. I mean, yeah, like ESPN had him at 19, so it's not super low. I just pulled up this best available list somebody has out here. He's number 1 right there too. So, we're not saying anything super crazy here, but I think this is a guy that, like I said, when you look at tape first, he has the tape. He makes plays on the ball. He's physical. He looks like somebody that just likes football. I don't know. I had him kind of in that group after Mitchell and Arnold. And, I think there's a lot of people that had him as the 3rd corner. I can't think anywhere where somebody had him over Mitchell or Arnold. Some people might have had him over Mitchell, but I feel like he's just best player available. So San Francisco's got about 2 minutes left on the clock. So I want to talk about some guys that people are going to be chasing after tomorrow, day 2. So we did our 4 hours plus today, so we're not going to do round 2, but some of the guys that are available, every year, round 2 starts with some guys that people thought were going to go in the first round. The biggest name on that list last year for me, the Lions were able to snatch up, and he proved to be a first round player. Brian Branch out of Alabama. Is Cooper DeJean going to be that guy this year? Picks in for San Francisco, so we'll see in a moment. But whether he goes or not, you still have Rakestraw, who people thought was going to be a good corner. You had Kool-Aid McKinstry, who a lot of people thought was going to be a first-round corner. So you got some guys at DB. There's a lot of guys at wide receiver that people thought would be late first round guys, second round guys that are going to be available that are going to get snatched up early next round. And you got Johnny Newton. And I think a team that's looking for defensive tackle is going to be happy to jump on this guy because, maybe somebody figures they'll wait around for Fisk or, someone else in that range. And I think linebacker opens up in the second round. You got guys like, what's the guy at Texas A&M? Cooper. You got some running backs, that running back crew. You didn't have that special guy, but you might have some running backs that get picked up in round 2. Yeah, so let me know what you think in the comment section, but it's always interesting after day 1 to look at who's the top guys available for day 2 tomorrow and kind of gauge what your team needs after round 1 and what work they did in round 1 and who's going to be available next, and look at some of these top players across the board. I don't think anyone's going to reach for quarterback in the second round, but hey, you never know. I mean, look at all the quarterbacks that went in round 1. And then running back, Jonathan Brooks, Blake Corum. I don't know if they're going to be day 2 guys, but they could. There's going to be a lot of wide receivers that go on day 2 tomorrow. Might have a couple more tight ends peel off tomorrow. And, of course, we're going to have more linemen coming and going as well, especially after all the guys that went first round. There's going to be teams that still need guys. Jackson Powers Johnson's going to be a pick. So, yeah, still very interesting. I don't know if we'll have an edge that goes in the day 2. We'll definitely have some cornerbacks. We'll get into the safety position for sure. So, Ricky Pearsall. Remember, I said he's the guy I wasn't a huge fan of. We said San Francisco would probably go wide receiver here, if they didn't take Cooper DeJean, who I think was the best player available. But there's a lot of wide receivers in that range. But at the same time, you can't always trade back, or they just really like Pearsall the best of that group, and they just wanted to take the best wide receiver that was available for them. So we're looking to wrap up right now. Buffalo's on the clock. We got 10 minutes left on the stream, so I want to open it up to the comments again. Anybody has any last-minute questions? I thank everyone that made this possible. I know I got a little janky here at the end. Oh, we got a trade. Carolina's on the clock. Who did Carolina trade up for? So Buffalo's now traded twice. Maybe there just wasn't anybody they liked. And Carolina didn't have a first-round pick. They'll probably take a wide receiver. It's a big need. There's a bunch available. So we got the Ricky Pearsall announcement that we already knew. And who do you guys like for Carolina to take here with the last pick? So Ricky Pearsall, I kind of have in that group with Adonai Mitchell, Xavier. I mean, I really like the wide receiver from South Carolina better, honestly. But a lot of the wide receivers are kind of at the top of the heap right now. Every team's always going to need wide receivers. Teams are passing more and more every year. 3 wide receiver looks are pretty consistent. And San Francisco's biggest need was offensive tackle. I think they decided at this point there was no one available for them to take. And I agree with that. But I think they would have got more value taking Cooper DeJean than Ricky Pearsall. So Carolina jumped up. Obviously, there's somebody they liked. Buffalo, they traded back twice. I'm not a fan of that when you're supposed to be one of the top teams contending. Like, unless there's really nobody you liked or a bunch of people about the same, you keep trading back for what? You're looking for difference makers to put you over the top. Um, so I don't know how far back Buffalo moved. And maybe they said, hey, there's a bunch of wide receivers in this group that we like. We just want more picks. Maybe they're trying to position themselves to get 2 early second round wide receivers after trading back twice. But again, we don't know what compensation they got to move back. So this is the last pick. We're winding down. Picks in. Trav, do you see the pick? Might already be in there. I'm thinking wide receiver for these guys. Xavier Legit. That makes the most sense. But there could be a Donnie Mitchell, Lad McConkey, Keon Coleman. I have those 4 all grouped pretty similar. I like all of them better than Ricky Pearsall, honestly. But again, all that stuff is preference anyhow. And I'm just gonna say, because we're gonna wrap this up when this pick gets in here for the Carolina Panthers. This is a team that has holes literally everywhere. It's just a really bad team, and it sucks because they traded assets that they needed to get Bryce Young, who I know it's only year 1, but didn't really look like the guy. So they are in desperate need of a wide receiver. So hopefully they got somebody that they really like that they can pair with him and build the team from there. But I do want to say thanks everyone for watching. I appreciate it. If you enjoy the content, appreciate, subscribe, like, and we'll try to get through any of the questions that we missed. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. And we're going to sign off as soon as we get this last pick in from the Panthers. It's going to be a wide receiver. It's kind of interesting that Carolina thought that there was somebody that they had to move up from one spot to get here to get a wide receiver. So there must be one of these guys that they really like. All right. So who do we get? Xavier Legit. Hey, good. We called that one. So this guy's 6'1, 221. He's definitely the best wide receiver available. Donnie Mitchell could fall in that grouping as well. He's probably the first pick tomorrow because the Bills need a wide receiver and they've traded back twice. They could also look at the value of Cooper DeJean. But again, thanks for watching. Long stream. And